which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Our first item will be public comment, and I notice I understand a number of speakers have filled out multiple cards. We do ask for all the public comment up front, and so we're going to ask you to combine your comments. We have an interlocking set of decisions today on the MOUs and the business plan, so I think all the comments will be pertinent on that. But before we start, we will take the public comments in the order that we've received them, but we always do start by recognizing dignitaries and elected officials, the elected representatives of the people. And I have to say that we're very pleased as the authority to be meeting here in San Francisco in this facility named after a distinguished member of the California Senate for many, many years, Milton Marks. And it's our great honor this morning that the mayor of San Francisco, Mayor Ed Lee, is here to address us. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for taking time from your busy day, and welcome. We're honored by your presence, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Richard. Members of the High Speed Rail Authority, thank you, and welcome to San Francisco. Thank you for being here. You know, the Northern California MOU that you have before you charts a course for electrification of our whole Caltrain corridor between San Jose and San Francisco, and extending that corridor all the way to our new Transbay terminal that we're building right now. And I just want to give a nod to the MTC for putting this MOU together. They worked really hard on this, and I believe it is a very, very good answer. Here in San Francisco, we consider Caltrain to be the transit spine that connects the cities of San Jose and San Francisco to Silicon Valley and through all of our partner cities throughout the peninsula. The Caltrain electrification has had a broad regional support for many years, and Caltrain as a transit is just I think the most important thing we can do for generations to come. Here in San Francisco, I'm working really hard to make sure we continue to be the innovation capital of the world. Cities all across this country and other nations are looking at cities like ours for solutions to everyday problems. Transit is our number one concern because we are a growing economy in the whole Bay Area. We can't increase roadways and airport runways any longer. That's not going to be really a part of solutions for our future. I think you've got not only a very good solution, it is going to be affordable. It will be faster, and it will be better. And so I just want to welcome you here. As I came here this morning, I ran into a lot of great people from our labor community. I want to thank them because I know they represent a lot of generations of people that hope that our economy can be lifted with this electrification of Caltrain and with high-speed rail. And so I'm excited to have you here, welcome you here to meet. And I hope, as I think many of you do, that I hope to see in our lifetime the trains pull through all the way from Los Angeles, through our valley, through the Silicon Valley, through our peninsula, all the way to our Transbay terminal, which we believe to be the Grand Central Station of the West. Thank you very much, and thanks for meeting here.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I also want to recognize, in addition to your broad support for high-speed rail, I appreciated the way that you and your staff reached out to assure that our business plan that we're looking at today fully incorporates the service all the way to the Transbay terminal and does not push that to the back of the line. I think we've tried to embrace that, but you certainly have represented the people of this community very well in expressing those views, and we've tried to listen to that. So thank you again, sir.
Thank you, and we will continue being a collaborative city as well. I don't regard myself as simply the mayor of San Francisco. I want to be a mayor that works with Palo Alto's council, with San Mateo, with all the cities that are also concerned about the way we do this, and that we will exhibit our collaboration with them all along with the High Speed Rail Authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again. Okay, we'll now move through public comment. I don't believe that I have cards from any other elected officials. Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Tissier and then Mark Cummings. I'm sorry. So, excuse me, Supervisor. I apologize for that.
Thank you, board members, and good morning. This is an historic day for high-speed rail in the state of California, providing a first important step in the long-planned and long-needed improvements to modernize rail in the Bay Area Peninsula. As chair of MTC, I am pleased that the Commission could play the role as a regional convener of our Bay Area transportation partners. The high-speed rail's request to MTC to coordinate the development on a Bay Area Memorandum of Understanding with the high-speed rail for early investment of the Bay Area's Prop 1A funds to improve local rail service and facilitate the future development of high-speed rail made a significant step in pulling our communities together. I certainly appreciate the high-speed rails, how they responded and embraced the proposal of the blended system that Peninsula elected officials like Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, Senator Joe Simitian, and Assemblyman Gordon put together a year ago, as this proposal that they put together will reduce construction costs, but more importantly, will minimize impacts to the communities on the peninsula and in the corridor. This MOU before you includes a significant contribution of the region's federal, state, and local funds, and the cooperation of many, many, many agencies, including MTC, BART, VTA, Caltrain, SMCTA, the San Francisco CTA, the City of San Jose, the City of San Francisco, San Mateo County City Association of Governments, and that's just to name a few. So this just shows you what a collaborative effort that this has been on our peninsula. The draft business plan has proposed a major shift towards the blended system, and that will coordinate the development and operations of high-speed trains with existing passenger rail trains, such as Caltrain on our peninsula. This approval today will allow the Bay Area to receive some relatively early benefits without having to wait the 10 to 20 years to see the reality of this great system. The future of high-speed rail really rests in your hands today, and I really appreciate the fact, one, that you're here in San Francisco. I am a native San Franciscan, even though I'm the president of San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, but I'm always happy to come up and visit my native San Francisco. The mayor was terrific. He brought a whole group of us together early on, including those from San Jose, from San Mateo County, from San Francisco, and around the region to make sure that we worked closely together to get our arms around high-speed rail, look at the blended system, and look at the Trans-Bay Terminal, and make sure that the communities in and around our relative counties were happy with what was happening. I really believe we have a win-win situation here, so I thank you today, and I hope you will approve the MOU.
Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you in both of your roles, both in San Mateo County and MTC. We appreciate all the work that's been done there. I understand Supervisor Wiener is here from, yes. Good morning, Supervisor.
Good morning, and welcome to San Francisco. I'm Scott Wiener, a member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, and also the Vice Chair of our County Transportation Authority, and I am one of San Francisco's representatives on the MTC. I just want to thank you for the business plan and for acknowledging the need for a comprehensive system in the Bay Area and statewide. I think we can all agree that high-speed rail is key to the future of California's economy and transportation system. And what we did here, starting a number of months ago in the Bay Area, when it looked like the system was a little wobbly statewide, and I know we're now shoring that up, and we're going to make it happen. We decided that we needed to work together regionally to build consensus, to make clear that in the Bay Area, we are going to do our part to make sure that high-speed rail from Diridon to the Trans-Bay Terminal happens, and that we ultimately will connect with the entire statewide system. And so we did convene the meeting, as Supervisor Tissier referred, at San Francisco City Hall to make sure that with the three counties of Santa Clara, San Mateo, and San Francisco, that we had buy-in. And I think one thing that we found is that we have broad support for that complete system. I know that we in San Francisco are extremely supportive of making sure that we go to Diridon in San Jose, and our colleagues in San Jose, I know, are supportive of going to the Transbay Terminal, and we are all supportive of the spine of the system, of electrifying Caltrain and making sure that we have that system through the peninsula. This is truly a win-win for the entire region. The MOU that we negotiated and adopted at the MTC is a very important step, and I thank you for considering it today. And I look forward to working together to make this entire system a reality.
Supervisor, thank you very much, and we appreciate your support. We have next from Fresno County Supervisor Henry Perea. Supervisor Perea, I want you to know that last meeting we did declare that you were here in spirit, maintaining your unbroken string of appearances before this body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. You know, you were in Fresno about a week ago now talking about the business plan, and the message of the governor several months ago was said better, faster, cheaper. He gave clear direction, and we want to thank you from the Central Valley as a board for heeding that direction and following through on a newly revised business plan that will certainly bring high-speed rail much faster to this state. I mean, just the acceleration to a 10-year plan to connect Merced to Los Angeles is amazing, and we're excited about that in the Central Valley. Very briefly, I know there's a lot of decision-making we'll be making today. We obviously support the new business plan, but we also ask that as you move forward in the next few months that you make the critical decision of selecting the high-speed maintenance facility for this system. Very critical. We did pass out a brochure that we had in our Transportation Authority meeting just yesterday, which I and the mayor sit on. And just to illustrate on the tabbed page, it shows the commitment from Fresno to high-speed rail and the $25 million investment that we are making in that facility from our own local tax measure. So it's just to say, obviously, we would like to see it in Fresno, but I think the most critical point is that you make the decision soon so that it's another positive, concrete step that you make in this state to tell people that high-speed rail is coming. Well, thank you. And I did have Supervisor Anderson and I from Fresno Works did send a letter regarding local hire. Did not make it in time to make your agenda today, but we're just asking that be placed on next month's agenda. Okay? Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. It's always good to see you. We appreciate it. Next, we have Councilmember Chris Murray from the City of Anaheim. Councilmember. Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman Richard, and members of the Authority Board, and everyone who's here today that's worked so hard on this business plan. I want to congratulate you on a business plan that not only will deliver the first high-speed rail project in our nation, but does so by reducing billions of dollars off the cost, and also including operations to our core urban centers across the state as part of the initial construction segment now, and is an absolutely wonderful step forward. And we're thrilled in Anaheim to support the project and have enjoyed such a wonderful collaborative working relationship with the authority throughout the planning stages of the project. Anaheim and Orange County are home to more than 3 million residents, to more than 20 million visitors every year to our tourism, sports, and entertainment venues, and to some of the most significant employment centers and universities in the state. We want to continue to make sure this project becomes a reality, and we're thrilled to be supportive. We would ask, simply as part of this business plan, respectfully ask that there be a development of a one-seat ride into Anaheim as part of your planning process to ensure that that southern terminus is designated by voters as honored as we go forward as part of this business plan. And we have tremendous local commitment in the development of our RTIC station, our Anaheim Regional Intermodal Transportation Center, which will be the centerpiece of Lausanne Corridor commuter rail improvements for the next generation of travelers and commuters. And we're going to break ground on that later this year, and that will serve as that southern terminus. Ultimately, when we do have full build-out for the project, it will be one of the initial southern terminus for the project, and we're excited to have had that local commitment for that project, and again, this collaboration with you. And as I I've been meeting with residents across our city and with businesses, we just want to say thank you. You've listened to us. You heard our concerns. The project that you are proposing, the business plan you're proposing today, not only shaves significant funding off the cost, but it still ensures connectivity, reliability, the service, designated service for our residents, our businesses, our travelers, and it minimizes impacts to our cities and our communities by taking this blended approach, this shared use strategy that limits any expansion of the footprint. So couldn't be more appreciative. Wanted to share that with you today. Your staff's been tremendous, and as you've worked with Orange County Transportation Authority, LA Metro, and the cities in between, just want to say thank you as a representative of Anaheim, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Council Member, and we have been in communication with other civic leaders in Orange County as well as the Orange County Business Council, and this matter will be discussed as we review the business plan today, but I appreciate you making the trip up here.
Sure.
Hope before too long that can be done all the way by high-speed rail. So,
well, we've enjoyed working with you to advocate for the project, so thank you.
Thank you. I have also Mayor
with MTC. The San Mateo City Council unanimously voted that we appreciate the early investment in the Caltrain corridor, and we support the electrification and advanced train control and important improvements not only for Caltrain but also for high-speed rail's future. The City of San Mateo does ask that the recommended projects be expanded to permit early investment in local grade separations within San Mateo County, and particularly that the 25th Avenue grade separations and the rail realignment project be added to the list of projects eligible for funding as part of early investment. An important consideration we think that you need to be aware of is that the San Mateo County Transportation Authority can provide matching funds under their grade separation funds within the half-cent sales tax measure. We think that that's a major supporting issue on this. Inclusion of the grade separations within San Mateo County for early investment will generate the first opportunity also, we believe, for private investment in the program. We have traffic mitigation fees that are available from Bay Meadows Land Company for the grade separations at 28th and 31st. And so we think that's a groundbreaker for you and for all of us. We also ask that the High Speed Rail Board can include the San Mateo grade separation funding within the MOU and request that the High Speed Rail Authority identify additional Proposition 1A funding that can be made available to fund grade separations in our county as part of this early investment strategy. And I'll just close by saying that one of our concerns is that for Bay Meadows, if we don't have the grade separations, that will limit our ability to actually build that out. And that has environmental impacts, it affects the density of the project, and overall we think would be a negative. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Mayor, thank you, and I apologize, Mayor Rade, for mispronouncing your last name. So.
Not a problem. With that name, you don't get sensitive.
Well, between Tom Richards and Dan Richard, you can understand we try to be somewhat precise about that, but thank you, Mayor. Did we have another elected official this morning? Okay. With that, we'll proceed through public comment from the rest of the public in order in which it was received. And do we don't have a timer here? It looks like we do have a timer. Okay. All right. I wasn't sure. First is Stuart Flashman.
How much time?
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll do 2 minutes, I think, because we have quite a number of people. We'd like to make sure everybody has a full opportunity to be heard. So. We know who you are, Mr. Jordan. You're going to sit here and you're going to stare at us from the front row. We understand. Good morning. Good morning, Councilor.
Thank you. Stuart Flashman, I'm an attorney, and I represent the plaintiffs in both the lawsuits, Town of Atherton versus California High Speed Rail Authority in 2008 case, and also the Town of Atherton versus California High Speed Rail Authority, the 2010 cases, both of which the authority has lost. And I'm here on two counts. One is something that's not on the agenda, but is on next week's agenda, which is considering the approval of the certification of the revised EIR and making another decision on Altamont versus Pacheco. And as in the other two times I've been before you before a lawsuit, I have sent you a letter. I will be sending you a letter in this case too, that would identify the problems that my clients have with that revised EIR. I would urge you to take that letter seriously. The last two times I've come before you and said, you're not doing the right thing here. You went ahead and did it anyhow, and you got sued and you lost. This time I think you should think about, do you want to do that again? The hallmark of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. However, the main thing I want to talk about today is a business plan. And I want to start by saying we appreciate some of the things that the authority has done recently. We appreciate the fact that Chair Richard has acknowledged that the authority has in the past made some mistakes. And particularly the mistake of choosing the Pacheco alignment on basically political grounds. We think that the decision on which alignment to take needs to be made based on the real how does the system work, not who supports it. On the other issue that I think we want to compliment the authority on is the introduction of the blended system approach. We think that is very encouraging. However, we are discouraged by the fact that analysis has not been included in the revised DEIR. And we would ask you to look at whether that system satisfies the requirements of AB 3034 and of Proposition 1A, because if it doesn't, you can't be doing it. And I would cite the case O'Farrell versus County of Sonoma. It's a 1922 case, 189 Cal 343, which says if you promise the voters something, you have to do what you promised.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jolinda Thompson, followed by, I'm very sorry, it's Alan, it looks like Yansky? Close? Okay. Yeah, so.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. I'm Jolinda Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of the Association for California High-Speed Trains. And we're here this morning to enthusiastically support the work of your commission and staff and to endorse the business plan that's in front of you today. I would like to share very quickly with you some census numbers that underline the importance of your work that came out about 2 weeks ago, and I've left copies with Ms. Toof if you'd care to look at them. The Census Bureau headline is kind of counterintuitive. It says that California is the most urbanized state, and California contains the 4 most densely populated urban areas in the United States. Number 1, as you might guess, as Anaheim, Long Beach, and Los Angeles, with nearly 7,000 people per square mile. It's followed by San Francisco, Oakland at 6,266 people per square mile, and San Jose at 5,820 people per square mile. That stacks up against Newark at 5,319 people per square mile. So we don't think of ourselves as so urbanized, but we clearly are. And the plan that you have before you today will assist all of these urbanized areas in moving people around. We're expecting 20 million more people in California in the next 40 years. I would submit that I-5 and 99 aren't going to handle that. And so you can see that your work is so important as making high-speed rail a strategic investment for a very urbanized state. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And sir, I'm sorry I mispronounced your name, but you'll be followed by Mark Leach and David Schwegel.
Chairman Richard, Commissioners, I'm speaking as a citizen and as the Public Policy Chair of the San Mateo Area Chamber of Commerce. The concept of the blended system is brilliant. It's a perfect compromise. The blended solution will generate several $100 million of private investment, and it will create thousands of jobs and millions of dollars in tax revenue, as well as the thousands of additional riders for transit. The plan should also consider leveraging the millions of dollars available from private and public sources to build out the grade crossings in the city of San Mateo. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Mark Leach, David Schwegel, and then Mark Kyle.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and board members. My name is Mark Leach. I'm the president of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers for San Mateo County, Local 617. This morning, I'm also representing the Building Trades Council of San Mateo County and the thousands of men and women in construction. We've come in support of the blended system, the revised business plan, the MOU with the MTC, and certainly early investment in electrification and advanced train controls. We also recognize the potential developments and approved construction projects are all waiting for Peninsula Rail Corridor improvements. Several key grade separations have the ability to act as economic catalysts, particularly the ones previously mentioned, 28th and 31st Avenues in San Mateo are really good examples. We believe we're on the verge of an economic recovery, and we will be proud to be the workers working on modernizing rail and public transit in the Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Schwegel, followed by Mark Kyle, followed by Ted Crocker.
Good morning. David Schwegel, Californians for High Speed Rail. Mr. Chairman, you kept your word that the price will come down. Thank you. NHTSA publishes these statistics on annual collisions. They show California at 2,715. As we sell this concept to the state legislature, I would emphasize, had we built the system for $20 billion back in 1980, we would be down to, say, 900. Because reading, working, better done on board than behind the wheel. UIC International Union of Railways and U.S. Representative Earl Blumenauer remind us of the importance of selling quality, productive time. With vehicles, car driving turning at 0%, planes coming in at 35%, and high-speed rail coming in at a whopping 100%. In other words, reading derailed while driving derails many. Third, Californians for High-Speed Rail is streamlining the public support via a declaration of support. Signers, welcome. Finally, the U.S. High-Speed Rail Association reminds us that there are parties throughout the world that have a vested interest in the debut system in the world's largest untapped high-speed rail market. So I encourage you to partner with our folks coming from all over the world at the U.S. High-Speed Rail Association Conference here in San Francisco, starting on May 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mark Kyle, then Ted Crocker, then Don Sepulveda.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Mark Kyle. I'm with Operating Engineers Local 3. Russ Burns cannot be here today because he's in Washington, D.C. But on behalf of Local 3, I'd just like to say that we have 24,000 union households here in Northern California. Many of those folks are unemployed throughout Northern California, here in the Bay Area, as well as the Central Valley, where, as you know, construction unemployment is in close to 30%. The folks who are working, though, here in the Bay Area are working in places like the Transbay Terminal, which is funded in part by high-speed rail money. So that's a reality. We have members working, and I want to thank that reality on behalf of our members. I also want to address the revised business plan.
it's not just faster, better, and cheaper. I also want to say that it's smarter and more responsive. And I have to give a lot of credit to the members on the board and the staff of the High-Speed Rail Authority for the work that they've done in going out and talking to the interested parties up and down the state and intelligently addressing the concerns, most of those legitimate concerns up and down the state, to make this a better plan. It's a functional plan. We need to move forward. We need to move forward immediately with it, and I urge your adoption of the plan today and adopt the staff's recommendation. Thank you for the good work, and please adopt it today.
Thank you. Mr. Crocker, followed by Don Sepulveda, followed by Paul Guerrero.
Ted Crocker, I'm co-founder of High Speed Boondoggle. I know we're still waiting for the AG to come out with their ruling, so I preface this statement that I want to point to the blended approach as a prime example of false economy, and therefore a reason why the authority should not approve the business plan and why the legislators should not perpetuate this project as it stands. The blended approach is not a money saver. It's a generally accepted notion that when you do something half-assed to save money, or because you have no money, it always costs more in the end. Yet here you are jumping on the blended approach bandwagon, not because it will result in the best system for the taxpayers, but because it spreads the money around in an attempt to maintain dwindling support. Caltrain and the High Speed Rail Authority still cannot agree on a common sense sharing of positive train control and platform heights. Now the question of the number of trains versus gate downtime and grade separations need to be discussed, but it's being ignored. So long as the High Speed Rail Authority and Caltrain are attached at the hip, a 4-track elevated build-out is still the goal in the High Speed Rail Authority's EIR. How many times is the blended approach going to be torn out and rebuilt, and at what additional cost to taxpayers and additional pork to the contractors before the ultimate goal is achieved?
Thank you, sir. Don Sepulveda, followed by Paul Guerrero, followed by Diana LeCombe.
Thank you very much. Don Sepulveda, Executive Officer, Regional Rail, Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. And also, we wanted to thank the efforts of the board and the staff in moving forward with what you have done over the last several months. I wrote down that I wanted to speak on the Southern California MOU, but frankly, I want to speak on 3 different items at the same time because they're all interrelated. We are in support of the MOUs that you have in front of you, both the Northern and Southern California MOU. We believe this actually provides the local investment in the Brookings that is needed to make this a project that the taxpayers get some value from, and I think that's important as we move forward and we look at Proposition 1A. We also are in support of the business plan. We have sent you a letter earlier this week, and I'm sure either if you haven't received it, you will shortly, supporting your business plan and supporting the efforts on the business plan. We've been working very closely with you and your staff in providing you comments and resolving comments, and we believe that you have now got a business plan that actually builds a strategic rail approach to solving the transportation problems of California, and most importantly, providing a single statewide rail system that is so important as we start moving forward. This is especially true when we start talking now very seriously about bridging the gap between Northern and Southern California. It's very interesting to start thinking about now what we can do within 10 years with moving people throughout the state. Thank you very much for all that you have done on this. We believe that this is a very, very positive move forward. This is we do have a project here that is going to solve the transportation problems of California and work to support the transportation solve the problems specifically at the bookends in Northern and Southern California with these advanced MOUs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Guerrero, then Diana LeCombe, followed by David Cameron.
Good morning.
Morning.
Paul Guerrero representing the Waza Roundtable. A while back, FRA directed 2 things, and we would just give you something to go to your CEO, but you don't have one, so we're coming to you. 2 things. One was to conduct a disparity study, and the other was to establish a small business council. Neither of these has happened yet. We urge you to take the leadership until you get a CEO and get a disparity study going. And let's use a California firm. I mean, let's keep the money here in the state. And the second thing is to get a small business council established with a meeting date that, we can come and start bothering them instead of bothering you. Okay? I know that word gets you along. Thank you very much.
I hate to say this, Mr. Guerrero, but somehow I don't quite believe you on that one. I think you'll still be bothering us. And we welcome your input. So,
Good morning,
Ms. Lacombe.
Chairman Richard and board members. My name is Diana Lacombe. I'm the president and CEO of the Associated Professionals and Contractors, also known as APAC. And first of all, before I come to my recommendation, I just wanted to state that we sure have come a long way from 2 years ago. It seems that we're finally moving in the right direction, as has really been being displayed here today. And I really hand a lot of that to Chairman Richard since you came on. A lot of positive things are taking place, and we really appreciate that. Today, I only have one recommendation for the board, and it's regarding contracts. My recommendation, or APAC's recommendation, is that before you modify, extend, and sign any of the existing contracts, the board should request a breakdown of ethnicity and gender by all your contractors, subcontractors, consultants, and subconsultants, and any other, at whatever level or whatever tier of contracts there are. I think that the board can make a statement towards, that equal opportunity by asking that of its own contractors first and foremost. Thank you very much.
Just to clarify, Ms. Lacombe, I want to make sure my colleagues are focused on what you're talking about. Originally on the agenda for this meeting was the extension of some of our engineering support contracts. That's been moved to the next meeting, and I'm understanding your comments as being related to those items. Is that correct?
Yes, it's related to those items, but this way you have a little bit of leeway. I know it's not that much time, but if the board can at least request it, we can start moving in a positive direction in that manner. Thank you.
I was not suggesting your comments were inappropriate. I just wanted to make sure people understood the context.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. David Cameron, followed by, it looks like Brian Mola, City of San Carlos, and then Larry Patterson.
Hi, I'm David Cameron. I'm with the Teamsters Rail Conference, and we represent 70,000 locomotive engineers and maintenance and way guys. Very briefly, we're just here to support the revised business plan and the blended approach, and we thank you very much and hope you'll move forward to approval.
Thank you, sir. Is it Mr. Mola? I really apologize if I mispronounced that. Followed by Larry Patterson and then Dave Terhaden.
Thank you, Chair Richard. You're pretty close. It's Mora.
And it's your handwriting, sir, not my eyesight.
Touche. I'm the Assistant City Manager in San Carlos, and I'm appearing on behalf of the San Carlos City Council. In February, the City Council took this item up as part of their study session on high-speed rail and Caltrain electrification. They've enthusiastically and unanimously endorsed the MTC MOU that Caltrain, San Francisco, San Jose, and the transportation partner agencies in the Bay Area have come up with, and I'm here to endorse that and urge your support of your staff recommendation. San Carlos feels that this proposal is a great way to get this project moving forward. It's an opportunity to reduce noise, to reduce the carbon footprint along the peninsula, to increase services, and to electrify and prepare the peninsula segment for a future high-speed rail system. So for all of those reasons, we encourage you to move ahead on item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Let me just say the public comment was agendized for 10 a.m. We're still getting some. I'm going to ask right now that anybody else who wishes to speak immediately give their card to the board secretary there, and otherwise we're going to ask that be closed. So. Good morning, Mr. Patterson.
Good morning, Chair Richard, members of the board. Larry Patterson, Public Works Director for the City of San Mateo. I'd like to second some of the comments from our mayor today. We are strongly in support of the electrification of Caltrain and the advanced train control that are included in that MOU.
We want to thank the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for taking on the task of forging agreement between the stakeholders that will advance these early investment projects. We think they did a very good job. We think you have the ability to make it a great job by adding in the funding for grade separations within San Mateo County. Specifically the 25th Avenue grade separation and rail realignment project in San Mateo, which is a project that's had about 10 years of community planning. It's unique in that it has only one alignment option within the alternatives analysis, so there's no rail alignment decision that needs to be made to advance the project. And prior to the introduction of high-speed rail within the corridor, this was a project that was at the 65% design stage. So it's a project that's very well understood, ready to be advanced, and with a single alignment option could be advanced without major decisions in terms of either our adjacent neighbors or even within the city of San Mateo. So we urge you to include some additional Prop 1A funds for grade separations within the early investment strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dave Terhaden, I hope I got that correct, followed by Patrick Collins and David Schunberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Dave Terhaden, business representative for the Union of Operating Engineers. I represent the membership of the union who many are out of work right now. Currently, we are pleased to see that our members are working on the Trans Bay Terminal, which incorporates the high-speed rail. We advocate jobs, not only for our members, but all construction, to bring people back to work in the state of California, or at least in Northern California, which includes the Central Valley. In short, we appreciate the effort in creating a plan that works well with the issues of the past, and the intelligent minds that listen to reasonable concerns. That's always an important factor. In short, I support the approval of the revised business plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Collins, David Schunberg, followed by David Schunberg, followed by David Schunberg. Mr. Schunberg, we're gonna do you one time. Okay, good morning.
Good morning, I'm Patrick Collins. I'm with the Operating Engineers. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Good. And we operating engineers, we run the heavy equipment that you see out there in the fields and on the roadways. We operate the bulldozers, the backhoes, the excavators, the cranes, and we work these machines with exact precision. We're very good at what we do, but currently there's a lot of us who are not working, and we really want to be working. This project will need a lot of jobs to a lot of our members. We have scores of members sitting at home, waiting for the phone to ring, and we're just really anxious for that phone to start ringing, so we can go to work. We live here in a beautiful state, a beautiful area, in one of the most expensive areas in the world, and we want to keep living here. It's hard, working paycheck to paycheck, but we're happy to do it. But we can't be working, not be working, and not getting that paycheck. We're working, unemployment check to unemployment check. That's not going to cut it for us. We need to be working. So we urge you to go forward with this project. We endorse the business plan, and we endorse anything that's going to bring us jobs. Please, get us back to work. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, sir. David Schunberg, followed by Jim Bigelow, followed by Emily Rush.
Good morning, David Schoenbrunn, president of Transdev. We're one of the litigants. The business plan is based on the assertion that private industry will not invest in high-speed rail until a positive cash flow is demonstrated. I know for a fact that this is untrue. I know that SNCF America made presentations to the board chair and to at least 3 other directors, including Director Umberg, in which they offered to undertake the Phase 1 project without a ridership guarantee. All they asked was that the project be put out to bid. The public is entitled to an explanation of why the authority buried this offer, why it instead seeks to move forward with a phased implementation plan in blatant disregard to Prop 1A's requirement that the project be completed by 2020. Transdev believes that the adoption of the MTC memo to be premature for the following 3 reasons. 1, you were ordered by the court to rescind your programmatic decisions pertaining to this corridor. Therefore, there is no legal foundation for agreeing to electrify the Caltrain corridor at this time. Number 2, there is no agreement in place with the Union Pacific Railroad to permit high-speed rail trains on the corridor. This makes the authority's participation in electrification of that corridor questionable in terms of value to high-speed rail. Also, Union Pacific has insisted on a non-standard height for the catenary wire, and that has not been resolved either. Third, Caltrain has insisted beyond all reasonableness to proceed with the independent development of positive train control using a different vendor than is used by high-speed rail installations around the world. You should not use Prop 1A funds to support this insistence on incompatibility. Thank you, sir. And by the way, I should say that I believe that it should have been possible to provide at least a 2-minute comment on each of these agenda items. Frankly, I think you're shortchanging yourself, and that has hurt you in the past.
Hey, Mr. Bigelow. Good morning.
Good morning. Jim Bigelow, and I'm speaking this morning on behalf of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, the San Mateo County Economic Development Association, the Redwood City San Mateo County Chamber of Commerce, and we represent employers of over 300,000 employees in this area. And the high-speed rail business plan, prior to its revision that is currently being considered, did not have the excitement that the current plan has. It is more far-reaching, it is more participatory of regions of the state. It shows how you're going to connect up the state, which is quite important, and get the project moving. In the case of the bookends and the blended system, that is essential to the areas and has gained a lot of support, and there are technical studies that have gone on to show that this will work and it's feasible. And we had been here earlier and requested early consideration of getting these areas up to acceptability for high-speed rail operations. And so this is a very welcome step. Also, it's really important that we have the mobility in California to meet our future transportation needs. And there were over 100 and I think over 120 flights canceled at San Francisco Airport due to the storm that we had a couple of days ago. If we had high-speed rail, we would be having the short-haul aircraft replaced by high-speed trips on the ground, and we wouldn't have to have a lot of these cancellations, and that goes into the other areas of our system down south. So we encourage you to act today and approve the business plan as revised, and also the MOUs, both for the bookends, and I will say the Menlo Park Chamber does support the MOU here for the area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bigelow. Emily Rush, followed by Jim Lazarus, followed by Kathy Hamilton.
Hello. My name is Emily Rush. I'm the State Director of the California Public Interest Research Group, or CalPIRG. We're a statewide, nonprofit, nonpartisan public interest group. And we have been active supporters of high-speed rail for many years now, including throughout the campaign to pass Prop 1A. And our support has always rested on the premise that that first of all, that California will need more transportation capacity to meet our growing needs. As you know, we're going to have 60 million people living here by 2050, so we will have to invest in transportation capacity. And that high-speed rail is not only less polluting, it can be more efficient, more convenient for travelers than congested highways and airports, but that in fact it could very well be cheaper for Californians than the highways and airport expansions we need without it. And as I looked at the first business plan, I actually spent some time talking on the phone with some of your consultants to look, because you've been kind of careful to say, okay, here's what the alternative capacity would cost, but then even digging down and going, okay, well, with the amount of riders that would be riding this train in 2040, would this actually be a cost-effective project for California? And I came away from those conversations and those analysis feeling fairly confident that it would be. I'm even more confident now with the revised business plan. And so I came today to just speak my support for the revised business plan and urge you to pass it. And then make one point of emphasis, which is that I do think, and there's a lot of talk in the revised business plan about making sure that the train does meet up with local transit connections, and I want to continue to urge the authority to make sure that those local transit connections are happening, because I think that will, having those local transit connections will ensure the success of the project overall.
Thank you, Ms. Roche. Jim Lazarus, followed by Kathy Hamilton, followed by Rita Westby. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Lazarus, San Francisco Chamber of Commerce, also representing the Alliance for Jobs, a partnership of San Francisco business, labor, and civic organizations. As you know, we've been a longtime supporter of this project, along with business organizations up and down the state of California, many of which you've heard from this morning. We believe the revised business plan goes in the right direction because it deals with the realities of the funding that is available. It deals with the realities of extending early service up the peninsula and through the San Fernando Valley to Los Angeles. It deals with the issues of giving value to the people of California as soon as possible. We believe that this plan, in partnership with MTC in the north and your Southern California transit partners in the south, will deliver service that's reasonable and cost-effective and service that we can be proud to be supportive of. The San Francisco Chamber, of course, has been a champion for the Transbay Transit Center, the extension of Caltrain to downtown San Francisco, and we look forward to partnering with high-speed rail to see that those projects get done on time, on budget, and move our transit systems forward to meet the growth of the state. What we forget through all these debates is that we're not talking about the California of 2012 and 37 million people. We're talking about the California of 10, 15, and 20 years from now. And that's a California that cannot be accommodated in our freeway systems or our airports. And this transit system that you're developing will meet those needs, and we urge you to approve all the staff recommendations on these subjects that are before you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazarus. Kathy Hamilton, then Rita Westby, followed by Martha Whetstone.
Hi, I'm Kathy Hamilton. I have turned in a letter from Community Coalition on High-Speed Rail objecting to the approval of the business plan at this point. I wanted to tell you a tiny story, since I have 2 minutes, that there was once a Little League team in Nevada, and they needed $1,200 for equipment in order to move forward with their season. A local brothel, they are legal in Nevada, came up with the check. They refused it, even though they needed the money really badly. California High-Speed Rail Project has illegalities in their program execution, their business plan, even the new one, is incomplete and incorrect. There are 5 independent agencies have reported gross inadequacies and simultaneous federal investigations by the General Accounting Office and the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform in Washington, D.C. The question is, do you want to back this team? The people who get up and speak, if you listen, are people who are asking for something. Sleeping with the enemy has been stated many times by Seppi Richardson in Brisbane. She's accused Caltrain of that. Electrification at any cost. So whether you want grade separations, maintenance facilities, consulting jobs, campaign contributions, taking the money from a questionable source defines who you are. I support improvements to local transit, but value the rule of law more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Rita Westby, followed by Martha Whetstone, and then
Good
Jerry Brazel.
Good morning. I'm Rita Westby from CARD, Californians Advocating Responsible Rail Design, and I'm speaking today to action item 2, your vote on the business plan. You've had less than 24 hours to look at the supporting data prepared for the state by Park and Sprinklerhoff. We've had less than 24 hours to look at the data also. Without this data, it's impossible to accurately evaluate the business plan. You do not have the staff to adequately interpret Parsons Sprinklerhoff's reports and confirm the recommendations, and certainly no time to interpret the reports and supporting information yourselves. It's difficult to have confidence in your vote under these conditions. There's also the obvious transparency problem of not making these materials available to the public in a timely manner. CARD has repeatedly made this request to the authority and CC'd our state reps. It's troublesome that we find ourselves continuing in this role for asking a minimum level of transparency that should need no prodding. I've given you, distributed here, initial issues the CARD has identified from those supplemental documents. For example, the blended travel times between San Francisco and LA haven't been updated. What are the ramifications for San Joaquin service? And the alternative modes of transportation is still in error. The board's rushed vote with incomplete data is disturbing and irresponsible. I'm delivering this message to you and later to the legislators. Now, according to Bagley-Keene, please make sure the handout that I've given and anyone else's today is available to the public. And just speaking to somebody who spoke earlier about Bagley-Keene, it says that public is allowed to speak to each agenda item and not all lumped together. So I hope in the future meetings you might honor that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westby. Martha Whetstone, followed by Jerry Brozell.
Hi, I'm Martha Whetstone from SFO Airport. I'll be reading a letter from John Martin, Airport Director. I'm writing to express strong support for California's high-speed rail project. This critical regional approach to transportation will link people and businesses across the state and provide a much-needed alternative to air travel within the state. Passenger traffic at SFO is expected to grow to 50 million passengers by 2025. Currently, the LA area is the destination of 14% of flights from SFO and 33% of flights from Oakland and San Jose. High-speed rail will reduce the demand for short-haul commuter flights and allow SFO to focus on accommodating international and long-haul domestic flights. A coordinated transportation system that incorporates improvements for Caltran, HSR, BART, bus transit, and air travel is critical to the San Francisco Bay Area. I look forward to project developments along the Peninsula Corridor and will assist in any way necessary to make this substantial statewide transportation project a reality. Sincerely, John Martin, Airport Director.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whetstone. Jerry Brozell, I hope I pronounced that correctly. No? Okay. Is that you, sir?
I'm sorry, I forgot my hearing aid, and I know the agenda says that you should notify the board 1 week in advance if you need an assisted hearing device, but I didn't know a week ago I was going to forget my hearing aid, so that's the problem. I'm speaking in reference to item number 7, and I know that item number 7 is a result of a lawsuit by Atherton, but I do notice that the court did say that the analysis, the EIR that the board went through did consider a reasonable range of alternatives. And I look at some of the 4 objections there that Atherton was concerned about, and 2 of the 4 involved the Monterey Highway. And I'm thinking, the people in Atherton, they must have been losing sleep at night worrying about what's going on down near Gilroy near the Monterey Highway. But most of them don't even know where the Monterey Highway is. So we do know that Atherton just brought the lawsuit to try and stop high-speed rail. Now, I live in San Mateo, 700 feet away from the right-of-way. I'm in favor of high-speed rail, and I know you're going to approve withdrawing this EIR. When you go through the next EIR, please consider the 4 tracks all the way through on the peninsula. And if you don't, Atherton will probably end up bringing another lawsuit if you don't follow through that way. So I'm speaking in favor of the 4-track EIR along the entire peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Shirley Johnson, followed by Richard Hackman, followed by John Wong.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Johnson, and I lead the Bikes on Board project for the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition. Bicyclists are enthusiastic about high-speed rail. We have been working quietly behind the scenes gathering support. We wrote a resolution for the accommodation of bicycles on board high-speed rail, and over 30 organizations have signed on to this resolution. You should have a copy in front of you right now. Accommodating bicycles on board will reduce the need to build expensive parking spaces. For example, today, over 10% of Caltrain passengers bring a bike on board. Think of the cost savings of over 10% fewer parking spaces at high-speed rail stations. Please include bicycles on board in your planning process. A bike on board the train greens both the first and the last mile. We look forward to high-speed rail operating as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hackman, followed by John Huang, followed by Carter Collins. Morning, sir.
Thank you, Chair Richard. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Palo Alto. None of our policymakers were able to make it. I wanted to give a brief statement. The City of Palo Alto would like to share our comments on the current CAHSRA environmental review process. Specifically of major concern to our city is the inadequacy of the authority's response to our Bay Area to Central Valley Final Revised Program EIR comment letter. Palo Alto believes that the blended system is a significant step forward for this project, and we support its inclusion in the revised business plan. We, however, remain concerned that the final program EIR still contains a 4-track option for the peninsula. We also remain concerned that the authority has not abandoned the preparation of an EIR for a phased project of larger dimensions over a 25-year time frame. Palo Alto requests that the 4-track option be removed from the final program EIR to assure our community that a more compatible implementation of high-speed rail will eventually occur, and looks forward to working exclusively on the blended system. Further, we have 3 more examples of the inadequacy of the authority's EIR response to our comment letter. First, continuing to recommend the Pacheco Pass as the preferred access point to the Bay Area, despite new and clarified information which recognizes additional impacts of that alignment, some of them significant, and the Caltrain corridor and Monterey Highway is of concern. Second, despite new analysis, there's still failure to adequately address the local traffic impacts resulting from the loss of 1 or 2 lanes for 1.28 miles of on the street in Palo Alto, including increased aspects on the regional transportation system and other existing at-grade intersections along the Caltrain corridor in our community. Finally, continued advocacy of using the FRA and FTA manuals for assessing construction noise and vibration impacts over local mitigation measures. Just in conclusion, Palo Alto reserves its legal options should a 4-track system remain in the business plan and the EIR, but our preference is to establish a working relationship with the authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman. John Huang, followed by Carter Collins, followed by, I'll get to that in a second. Good morning, Mr. Wong.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. Good morning, Bob. My name is John Huang. I'm a business representative for International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 6. I I wish that the high-speed rail was built yesterday, because I came back from LA and spent about 6 hours from door to door and about $300 on the airfare. This job, this project is not only make the trip shorter, easier for us to commute from Southern and Northern California, but also provide tons of work for our members. So here I'm asking you to approve that staff provided business plan and all that the other MOUs. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Carter Collins, and then the name I have after this from the Building Construction Trades Council is Michael Terrell. Terrio, I'm sorry.
Good morning,
Morning, Mr. Collins.
Chairman Richards and board members. Chairman Richard, I'm sorry, I got to get that right. My name is Carter Collins. I have a company called E-Roads, which stands for Environmentally Engineered Roadways, Railways, Large-Scale Infrastructure. In other words, I like the idea of putting our renewables on large-scale infrastructure. I'm here today with a colleague who's going to, with your permission, read a letter that I sent to Chairman Richards. It's an email, so it's fairly short, but it sets forth what we would like to do, how we'd like to cooperate or collaborate with high-speed rail. When she finishes that, I have one more thing to say if there's time. Thank you. I'll step away.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Yes, please proceed.
Excuse me. This is Miss Neumann. This is Miss Martina Neumann.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Neumann.
Dear Mr. Richards, I invite you to consider a particular opportunity with immediate jobs potential that lies in California's Central Valley, your proposed high-speed rail system. The high-speed rail corridor is an excellent candidate for the application of solar photovoltaic technology and could also serve as a comprehensive rainwater collection system. Its 800-mile path runs through counties where unemployment, energy costs, and water scarcity are particularly alarming. A preliminary engineering study of this site confirms the feasibility of the concept, proving that adequate solar electricity could be harnessed to power the trains and, moreover, the community. My initiative is able to measurably increase HSR's jobs projections, as I also propose the integration of a stormwater capture system along the same 30,000 square acre right-of-way. This adds another critical resource, a strategic water reserve, to the list of benefits for ranchers, farmers, and townspeople. Securing their water and electricity future marks a unique win-win, as it grants HSR two considerable income streams over the life of the rail system. I thought I would write to you directly to see if these concepts for energy and water capture hold potential for your company's success in building the high-speed rail. Sincerely.
Okay.
Thank you. Martina? I'm sorry, I'm off target. Finally, I'd like to say that this new business plan that talks about the mixed use represents an extraordinary opportunity to be married with the idea of solarizing high-speed rail. Imagine if all three companies, all three train entities, all three rail entities, if they solarize as they modernize, they would be able to finally stabilize rates for California because they'd be generating their own energy, and they would have energy to sell back to the grid. If they brought BART in on that...
Mr. Collins, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up on that.
Okay. If they brought BART in on that, they would represent one of the largest power buys in the state of California or in any state for renewables. If all four of those collectively decided to upgrade and solarize their trains. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Michael Terrio, and I am making another apology this morning for mispronouncing somebody's name, followed by Elizabeth Alexis and Rich Hedges.
As with Mr. Grody, no apology is necessary. I've been through this plenty of times before. Michael Terrio, San Francisco Building and Construction Trades Council, and by the way, also a member of the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition. I would ask the trades folks, there's a little group of us in the back of this bus, to stand up because not all of them are going to speak, and I'd like them to be recognized.
Thank you. Shortly before I took my position as Secretary-Treasurer of the San Francisco Building Trades, there was a debate in which, thank goodness, I was not involved, a very bitter debate over expansion of San Francisco International Airport. That expansion, of course, involved filling the bay. And therefore, the debate was deservedly bitter because no one should ever consider lightly filling San Francisco Bay. That expansion was considered necessary because, as the airport's representative has pointed out to you, the airport's capacity is currently strained. And much of that strain, as again she pointed out to you, comes from north-south traffic in California. High-speed rail is the cure to that strain and a necessary component for economic expansion in San Francisco and the San Francisco Bay Area. I would like to praise here the blended approach that you're adopting in the current business plan. I'm, of course, most familiar with the northern end of that, the electrification of Caltrain, and a procedure that will at the same time improve an existing program, Caltrain, while providing infrastructure for a future program, high-speed rail. It's just plain fiscally smart. Is indicative of the direction in which this is heading, and the governor has asked it to head, and something of which we're very appreciative of. Of course, we are interested in the jobs that this will be providing, both in the short term and in the long term. And at the same time, we think we are of benefit to the state in that regard because the state needs this system. And the economic well-being of the state and the environmental well-being of the state need this system. So there is a mutual benefit. This is not just for us. This is for all of us. And so we ask you to approve the blended plan and the new business plan and allow this process to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarian. Elizabeth Alexis? I didn't see Miss Alexis here. Elizabeth Alexis. Okay, Rich Hedges, followed by Marshall Loring, followed by Michael McKenna. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Chair Richards and Commission members. I appreciate the chance to speak. I spoke a little over a week ago at MTC. I'm one of the naysayers, along with the majority of Californians, who are very high on high-speed rail. I especially am here today to support the MOU for Caltrain electrification and the joint agreement between the various parties. We support electrification and the advanced control system, and we think it will go a long ways to modernize the system. As you know, one of the major visions is to connect all of the airports, because as we just heard from Larry Martin, and most of us know that read editorials in Wall Street Journal and other places, that the airlines really want this, because they don't want the short hauls. And so do the residents in California. I ask that, in addition to the MOU, that and the part of the early investment, that you support in San Mateo County a chance, and I heard comments about private investment, to get the very first private investment in high-speed rail. We have it through Wilson, Meany and Sullivan, the same people who are doing Treasure Island. They have money that will go toward the underbores or the grade separations at 28th and 31st, but we need leverage to do that. When you do that, that fills the requirements of SB 75 for priority development areas. We have somewhere in the neighborhood right in that area of 2,000 units of housing, 15% below market rate, and a little over 1 million square feet of office space. We're in one of the largest growth areas for employment mapped out by MTC in the whole region. But we need this leveraged money to make it happen. And this is the perfect time for you to help us get it. We support TOD. I've supported it since its concept. I lived in one as a child, and I live in one now. So let's reduce future costs and do this now. I also am high on this project as well as the Bay Meadows project because it has a project labor agreement. I am not a member of the building trades, but I support project labor agreements because it brings the qualified people to do the work. So let's do the right thing and get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Marshall Loring, followed by Michael McKenna, followed by Walter Skrakach.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. As you heard, my name is Marshall Loring. I'm a resident of San Mateo at this point in time. My recollections of using transit in the Bay Area go back to riding in ferry boats when my parents would be taking us across the bay in the 30s. Continued in the 40s with the key system, and we were living in Alameda at the time. The buses and electrification across the bridge was marvelous. a retired electrical engineer who's worked for a number of years on the fusion energy program with the Japanese people, spent a lot of time in Japan, used Shinkansen quite frequently as a way of getting around in Japan, and saw what that meant to the people in Japan over a period of about a decade, watched the communities along the right-of-way develop. You could see the various improvements not only in the physical entities there, but what that meant in terms of lifestyle and benefit to the citizens in that area. I would encourage you to do everything we can to bring the benefits of a high-speed rail to California now, especially along the peninsula with this blended system. That's an excellent thing. Caltrain should have been electrified long ago. Now we've got an opportunity to do it and do it right. So I just encourage you to move forward and get this done now.
Thank you, sir. Michael McKenna, followed by Walter Straykoch, followed by Daniel Kraus.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. Michael McKenna, speak on behalf of IBEW Electrical Workers Local 6 here in San Francisco, and I encourage you to move forward with the business plan. I, like my counterpart, was in Los Angeles yesterday, and it was quite a trip to go Tuesday and take the afternoon and get down there at night and have a meeting yesterday morning and fly back last night, and I'm sure some of you have to do that for this meeting here, and the convenience that would allow the state of California, the airports in both Los Angeles, all of the airports in Southern California, and the Northern California airports to reduce some of that air traffic, the parking, the taxi services, the getting between airports, through security, all of that stuff, and develop into an easy high-speed rail system to join both the North and the South. And much of us do business in both parts of this state. This state is one state and needs to be connected in that way. The blended system is a fabulous addition to the business plan. The extensions to the Transbay Terminal and connections to transit within the Los Angeles metropolitan area is just a perfect solution for this state, and we need to move forward here and make this state the first example of high-speed rail within the United States, that it will work and move us in with the Europeans and the Asian markets that have adopted these plans and have this, as part of their community, and we need to do that now. So I urge you and implore you to accept this business plan and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Straykoch, I fear that I've mispronounced your name.
You've done very well, as a matter of fact.
Oh, excellent.
Unusually well. My name is Walter Straykoch. I'm a resident of California since 1954. My working career was entirely in transportation, including 8 years with the Santa Fe Railroad and 11 years with the Federal Transit Administration. I hope I have a good insight into mobility issues in the state and believe that a high-speed rail system between Northern California and Southern California is a winner in many ways. To put Fresno as a midpoint within 1.5 hours of either LA or San Francisco could dramatically mitigate traffic not only on major highways between these cities, but cut the need for airport expansion in San Francisco and LA by eliminating many intra-state short-haul flights. I have followed the project since 1996, and I'm not surprised at the hole the present board has to dig its way out of. In a September 1996 High-Speed Rail Commission report to the legislature, it recommended a system from San Francisco down the peninsula through the Altamont Pass to the San Joaquin Valley, connecting with a branch from Sacramento down the valley to Bakersfield, over the Grapevine to LA, and then via the coast to San Diego. After the special interests went to work on it, routing was changed from the Altamont Pass to the Pacheco Pass via San Jose to Bakersfield and to LA via Palmdale, and from LA to via a new route to San Diego. The change between Bakersfield and LA seems to make sense as it taps into the very explosive growth into the Antelope Valley. The new business plan decision to extend the line as quickly as possible to LA via the Antelope Valley makes sense. But if the cost doesn't pencil out, extending it from Merced to Sacramento may make better sense. The change to the inland route between LA and San Diego made no sense. Besides, the high-speed rail project can't afford it. There's an existing railroad via the coast and it isn't going away. And I believe that the concern of the communities along the coast could have been mitigated by a rational approach. However, to LA to Anaheim, as I understand, did remain at a cost of $5 to $6 billion, but common sense in the new business plan prevailed, and I believe it is now out.
Mr. Strakosch, can I ask you to just please wrap up, sir? We just want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak.
2 short more paragraphs?
Good. How about 2 short sentences?
Okay. Perhaps you should figure out how to get Los Angeles SD via the coast back into the mix, satisfy Anaheim, and enable people to get to Disneyland 20 minutes sooner. The board has taken some positive steps towards cost controls, but doesn't the Altamont Pass routing and the San Diego via the coast also warrant further study? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Daniel Kraus, followed by Kristen Kawaguchi, followed by Fernando Santilla.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Kraus. I'm Executive Director of Californians for High-Speed Rail. I just want to start off by saying this document is incredibly responsive, actually, more than I was expecting and more than I'm certainly used to. Many of the concerns we had with the draft document were addressed in many ways, and a lot of other concerns of other folks was addressed, so I just wanted to commend you on that particular aspect of the plan. And more specifically, the things that we're excited about in terms of what's now reflected in this plan, and I just kind of want to list a couple things so people kind of understand the magnitude of change. Some people are claiming there hasn't been substantial change. That's not the case in our opinion. Early investment in the bookends is a massive change. Plan to initiate Amtrak service as a real plan versus a backup plan, as a last resort. That's a big change. Creation of an integrated 3-branch Northern California feeder system into Merced Station is a very great idea that took some vision, and I hadn't thought of all that, and a lot of other people hadn't thought, and that new idea is very significant. Reductions in scope in the urban areas, saving billions of dollars of baseline capital cost. In addition, the acceleration of the project schedule is saving billions in capital escalation costs. And then most significantly, the identification of additional revenue stream in the form of cap and trade gives us the confidence that we can move forward for a 10-year construction period if federal funds don't come as quickly as we'd like. So that is a huge victory for the project in our opinion. I'd like to conclude, though, with one recommendation in terms of the Orange County Anaheim piece. Our organization was for reducing the scope of that piece. There was no time requirement per Prop 1A, and we agreed that, maybe a blended approach similar to the peninsula was warranted for that situation. We urge you to further study that and possibly look at scaling back a $6 billion project to a much more inexpensive project on that segment. In a kind of blended system, we understand there's constraints with freight, but if we could just study that more, we'd like to bring Orange County friends into the fold quicker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Ms. Kawaguchi, did I pronounce that correctly?
You did. You did a great job, actually. I was waiting for it. I heard Kristen, and I was like... Good morning, Chairman Richard and Authority Board members. My name is Kristen Kawaguchi, and I am here as a supporter representing the next generation of young professionals that will be utilizing the system in the future. We see articles online about the high-speed rail system and its struggles to maintain support. Well, I'm here, along with some friends, today to tell you that you do have support, and it's in the teenagers, young professionals, and 30-somethings that will need this system in order to prosper in the future. Smart transportation, increased mobility, reduced travel time, reduced emissions, and increased productivity are all things that appeal to the young professionals. And we're here to support you and to help you make sure this gets done. This new business plan for the system, which generates over 20,000 jobs per year, eliminates 320 billion vehicle miles traveled over the next 40 years, and 3 million tons of carbon emissions annually, is not something that we're overlooking. We appreciate the work that has been put into this new plan, which offers a better, faster, cheaper approach to the system. Now, we may not have as loud a voice as some of our seasoned professionals, but we do represent the next generation of entrepreneurs, engineers, and politicians, and there is strength in this group of voters. We're challenged to make tomorrow better than today, which is why we're here. We've come across a plethora of different types of supporters for this project and have decided to organize that support into a formal group. You'll see more of us attending meetings, getting involved, and getting more educated on the system. We are tomorrow's leaders and support your efforts. This system will change our lives, and we want to thank you for investing in our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Centillo, followed by Frank Oliveira, followed by Maureen Fukuda.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Fernando Santillán, and I am a 26-year-old resident of the Central Valley. I'm here to express my firm support for this initiative. I'm certain this project will have an enormous positive impact on our lives and the future of our state. I spoke recently at a Fresno County Board of Supervisors meeting concerning high-speed rail, and I indicated that their support for this project would represent a significant investment in the young voters of our state at a time when elected officials everywhere have placed our needs at the bottom of the list through cuts in higher education and other services. I would echo that sentiment to any elected officials who are present here today. This project is an opportunity for our leaders to pull through for the future stewards of the state and national economy and provide us a tool to succeed in an increasingly competitive global economy. While previous generations have benefited from the construction of highways, railroads, and airports and have made this country great as a result, our generation of voters also demands modern and reliable transportation to facilitate our prosperity and that of future generations. The significance of linking the state's major cities reliably and affordably cannot be underestimated. When that happens, the energy, creativity, and innovation that California is known for will strengthen exponentially and spread throughout our entire state. In the Central Valley, there is an effort underway to mobilize young voters and educate them about the facts of high-speed rail, including the economic, social, and environmental impacts. Our goal is to ensure that high-speed rail is completed, but completed with the engagement and participation of the demographic segment that will largely make up the initial ridership. Because the reality is that we count on leadership like yours to make our infrastructure projects happen, but at the end of the day, this project is not meant for you or many people in this room. This is our train, and we have the utmost appreciation for the authority's tireless efforts in making sure this is done right. Thank you for having enough faith in us to invest in our future. The significance of this project is not lost on younger generations, and you have our support to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Centillo. Next is Frank Oliveira, followed by Maureen Fukuda. Mr. Oliveira, I hope we didn't take you too far out of your way this time to get to San Francisco, but...
Not a problem, sir.
I understand.
Wherever you folks meet, you probably will see us.
We will. And actually, let me just say, as a personal matter, we benefit from your participation, and I mean that sincerely.
Thank you. I have a question. Is my handouts made it to the table? Because it's relevant to what I'm going to say.
Don't start the clock yet. Do we have Mr. Oliveira's handouts?
I don't think so. No.
They were turned in with my card at the same time.
Hold on one second. We'll just... Mr. Oliveira, just for efficiency...
No, that's not it, sir.
Can we do this, just so we can keep moving? Could we ask Ms. Fukuda to speak while we wait and find that so that you can speak to the document that's there? Okay. Good morning.
Ladies first. Nice to see you in the big city of San Francisco, the bookend. You speak the talk, you walk the walk. We're very simple, and a traffic jam to us is maybe 3 cars at an intersection, and it's lovely. But anyway, I am here. My name is Maureen Fukuda, and I am reading this statement on behalf of Aaron Fukuda and 300-plus innocently targeted landowners in Kings County. The authority has modified this project and its business plans so many times we don't believe that they have a grasp on what is being proposed. We urge the authority to postpone the vote on approving the revised business plan to allow the public appropriate time to understand the true ramification of the business plan. This business plan reads more like a project proposal for a feasibility study. The authority its staff, and consultants have simply shifted this project to put forth concepts that have not been fully vetted, studied, or analyzed for feasibility both environmentally or economically. Therefore, the authority misses the mark on the shovel-ready status. The sudden and quick shift in project directions have given hungry contractors and the public ample notice of what is to be forthcoming. It is clear that many of the consultants are driving this process at this time. However, if you move forward, you will be under the control and mercy of the contractors who will feed upon poor planning and lack of clarity. Do not approve this business plan. Allow appropriate time for analysis. I am submitting written statements for you to read and take into consideration before voting on the revised business plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fukuda.
I think what you were handing out was what Aaron handed out.
Right.
We have that.
Right, but I think what she's saying is that that's not what Mr. Oliveira was handing out. Is that correct? You're saying that's different?
Mr. Rossi has Mr. Oliver, yeah.
Yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Richards does too.
Then we're going to share. Ms. Fukuda, thank you very much. Yeah, well, all right. Mr. Oliveira?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Oliveira, Citizens for California High-Speed Rail Accountability. Before you is a copy of what the voters were told in November of 2008 would be constructed if Prop 1A was passed. Today, before you for your approval is the third business plan. The business plan, as you know, is required by law. Heard the proposition. While the current business plan is better, faster, cheaper, but like the previous business plans, it fails to comply with the provisions of Prop 1A in regard to cost, funding, routing, trip timing, etc. Knowing that said, approving the plan as drafted would be dishonest and would be appropriately challenged because it would be dishonest. Do the project right, comply with the law, or don't do this project, reconfigure a plan proposed to the voters or the legislature, a plan to build a legitimate high-speed rail system instead of continuing to try to fit Prop 1A into the plans that you have before you. The two are incompatible. It's not the idea. You cannot build Prop 1A. The criteria that's laid out before you in the handout will always prevent you from constructing it because the proposition was poorly written. So either comply or don't do the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveira. Michael Cunningham, followed by Marion Lee, followed by Corey Marshall.
Good morning, Chairman Richard and members. I'm Michael Cunningham with the Bay Area Council representing major Bay Area employers. We enthusiastically support your decision to pursue early investment in Caltrain electrification. We support the MOU and we support appropriation of funds to make this project happen. The San Francisco to San Jose segment is critical for future high-speed rail operations, but it's also critical to today's Bay Area and today's California. This corridor is the shining star of California's economy. The businesses that operate in this area are not incidental to California's budget and fiscal condition. Individual businesses, in and of themselves, when the Facebook IPO happens, it will make a quantum difference to the California budget. It's easy to take these employers for granted. But any region in this country, any state in this country that had an economic engine, such as the San Francisco-San Jose Peninsula, would be falling all over itself to provide the infrastructure improvements to support those businesses, those jobs, and that economic prosperity.
what you're proposing, early electrification in Caltrain, early investment in Caltrain electrification, is exactly that approach. It's a smart decision for the High-Speed Rail Authority. It'll lower your costs overall. It's a smart decision for the Bay Area and for the California economy. We thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Ms. Lee, followed by Corey Marshall, followed by Michael Behan.
Good morning. I'm Marion Lee. I'm the director of the Caltrain Modernization Program. Mike Scanlon, who's the executive director of Caltrain, really wanted to be here, but he had a conflict that he couldn't undo. I'd like to first note what a significant month this has been for Caltrain and the Peninsula. The MOU reflects regional consensus on building a blended system in our corridor, an evolved partnership with the High-Speed Rail Authority that is sensitive to local interests, and a realistic funding strategy for incrementally building the blended system. We have also completed critical analysis that documents the viability of running Caltrain and high-speed rail services on shared tracks. And with these accomplishments, we truly have reached a significant milestone. Having said that, we know that the MOU is just the beginning of much important work to be done. We have spent the last year talking to our 17 cities along our corridor about the blended system. The majority of our local stakeholders support the blended system. However, they do continue to be concerned about how such a system will impact the quality of their lives. Caltrain is, as the owner of the corridor and implementer of the early investment program, committed to addressing these concerns. We will focus on conducting the needed planning, stakeholder outreach, and preparing a project-level environmental document in a way that makes sense to our local partners. Thank you very much for your consideration of the MOU today. We appreciate you listening to our concerns and frankly accepting our local vision in defining the statewide high-speed rail system. We look forward to strengthening our partnership with you and working with you on developing a strong statewide system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, and thank you and Mr. Scanlon for your work with our staff. And please tell Mr. Scanlon that if he really loved us, he would have been here this morning. Mr. Marshall, followed by Michael Behan, followed by David Kennedy.
Good morning. My name is Corey Marshall. I'm the Good Government Policy Director from the San Francisco Planning and Urban Research Association. I'm here this morning, I think it's still morning anyways, to express our support for the revised business plan, as well as for the Bay Area's investment strategy and the MOU that accompanies that. And more generally, for something that doesn't really happen all that often in the Bay Area, and that's that we come to a consensus about how we're going to solve a problem. I think this investment strategy is actually something that's been a long time coming and should be supported, so I urge your support on that. And this blended approach will obviously yield a number of benefits. Electrification of Caltrain will make some important safety improvements and also position that system for operational success. And speeding the development of high-speed rail on the peninsula will not only lower the costs, but help to bring high-speed service into the core of the Bay Area. The revised plan also commits to a critical component, or what we view to be a critical component of Proposition A, and that's full high-speed rail connectivity into the heart of San Francisco. This is an important step for this segment of the system, and the commitment to development of the downtown extension will be critical to completing development of a multimodal Trans-Bay Transit Center as the hub for the region. We urge your support of the revised business plan, the early investment strategy, and the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Behan, followed by David Kennedy, followed by Matt Severson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mike Behan from the City of Palmdale, Department of Public Works. First thing I want to say is I want to acknowledge the chairman and appreciate your leadership. It means a lot to the City of Palmdale and the Antelope Valley. High-speed rail makes absolute sense for our region, along with the other modes of transportation that are planned for the future. We support the revised business plan.
in early investment in the Southern California region, and in particular mention of the gap closure between Bakersfield and Palmdale. We appreciate that being included in the report. We are excited and eager to see high-speed rail in our region and are looking forward to the next meeting where we will talk about further study of the Antelope Valley alignment through the environmental review process. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Behan. We're doing our best to be able to get you from Palmdale up here faster. So.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is David Kennedy, and I'm here from the city of Fresno today. I'm part of the next generation of young voters. And just like my colleagues Fernando Santillana and Kristen Kawaguchi, we are the next generation of high-speed rail supporters and young voters. This will be our train. When it's functional, we'll ride it to and from work. We'll ride it on vacation days and holidays, and whenever necessary. It was a great project, and we're very much support of it. This will be an investment for our future, and for me personally, a big part of my future transportation. Throughout my life, I've actually lived overseas in Germany, Belgium, and England. And I remember when I was living over there, I was said to myself, if these countries can do something like this, why can't we? So I applaud you for all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matt Severson, followed by Ryan Heller.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Matt Severson. I'm 23 years old and I'm a resident of Fresno County. I'm here today to voice my support in favor of the revised business plan. And I think it's incredibly important that young voters are actively involved in this decision-making process, as well as the current and future development of this system. This train is going to shape my generation's future, so I think that we need to be a part of making it happen. I hope to act as an advocate for the voice of my generation in support of California high-speed rail, and I urge you to pass the revised business plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heller, followed by, looks like Michael Quigley, followed by Adina Levin. Mr. Heller, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Ryan Heller, founder of I Will Ride. It's good to see you again. I'm here today to update you on the progress of the I Will Ride high-speed rail message on California college campuses. Our movement, having started out of UC Merced, has grown to include students at California State's Bakersfield, Fresno, Stanislaus, UC's Davis and Berkeley, Fresno City College, and even De Anza College, to name a few. We've even launched an online video contest encouraging students to tell us why they will ride high-speed rail. Our message is spreading because of the common sense need for transportation that is suitable for California's future. With the exciting new changes to the business plan, we have faith that this board, along with the governor, will work hard to see this project through. As a group of future riders, and not planners or engineers, we simply say build it, and we will ride it. In closing, let me just say that underneath the student excitement and can-do spirit, we're tired of waiting. You have to ask yourself if you're thinking of the next generation or getting in the way because all you can see is today. Don't make us wait for the next generation to do for themselves what we must do for them. Please approve the new business plan, support high-speed rail. We support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Quigley, Ms. Levin, then followed by Andy Chow.
Hello, my name is Michael Quigley. I'm the Manager of Government Affairs with the California Alliance for Jobs. We represent over 2,000 union construction contractors and 80,000 union construction workers across Northern and Central California. And you see so many people here from our industry because in today's hard-hit economic situation, the construction industry is hit the worst. Construction is the leading indicator of economic activity. We're the first to fall off, but hopefully, once this project is approved, we're going to be the first to come back. Every dollar spent on construction activity turns over 7 times, and building high-speed rail is the quickest way to start turning around our state's economy. I want to also touch on my new business plan. I think that it's very important that this business plan is major incremental step forward. The authority has done an excellent job of taking in considerations both from the public, from concerned citizen groups, and from state legislators, that we needed to look at some of the assumptions we had made and really re-examine those and come up with what I believe is a much better plan. I think that we've done a better job of looking at the return on investment on the construction activity in terms of where we're investing building our rail lines. I think the new plan has done a good job as well as in terms of creating a more efficient and more functional rail on the Peninsula Corridor. With the blended approach, I think, is something that we'll look back upon as a turning point in this project and really something that we can move forward with and have a great value to this great state of California. I'd also urge you, if you get a chance, to check out our video that we have just put forward this week. It's titled "California Wasn't Built by Wimps," and it's really an interesting and poignant examination of what this project will mean for the future of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I get your first name right? Is it Adina Levin?
Yes, Adina Levin.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Richard and board members. I live in Menlo Park and represent Friends of Caltrain, which is a group of thousands of individuals who live in the Caltrain corridor who banded together in the last couple of years to help Caltrain get through a severe financial crisis, despite the fact that it's experiencing record ridership and trains are nearing capacity at rush hour. And we're dedicated towards getting Caltrain stable funding in the future so that it doesn't have that sort of financial crisis in the future. And we are here to very strongly support the Northern California MOU and the concept of the blended system. Modernizing Caltrain earlier than previously planned will provide faster, more frequent service with more stops, providing much stronger transit system for the economy and the environment and quality of life in our region. So thank you very much for incorporating that in the plan. As well as the Memorandum of Understandings lining up support for future investment in the downtown extension to San Francisco and grade separations, which will help the Peninsula Corridor with safety and traffic concerns and supporting high-speed rail in the future. The new business plan is a big improvement. It delivers value earlier, it gets to population centers earlier, and it has lower costs. This is a very big investment for the state and a complex plan, so we urge you, the board, our state legislators, and the public to provide this plan with a thorough review to be able to make this big decision. High-speed rail has the potential to have strong economic and environmental and lifestyle benefits for people in the state, but we urge you to scrutinize the plan to make sure that it actually delivers as promised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. Mr. Andy Chow, followed by our last speaker, Ignacio Castillo.
Hi, good morning, board members. I'm Andy Chow, president of the Bay Rail Alliance. We have been a strong supporter of electrification and the downtown extension for 30 years, and also supported the blended approach between high-speed rail and regional rail, even before it is now called the blended approach. We're generally supportive of the direction of the revised business plan. One of the things that we're particularly pleased with is that is the blended approach, and with Caltrain taking the lead and with Caltrain actively seeking public participation regarding the planning process for the blended approach. And we also believe the blended approach meets the requirements of Part 1A. And we support the MOU and the early investment package recently approved by the MTC, and we also hope that the High-Speed Rail Authority would support it as well. It provides a faster and more frequent Caltrain service sooner, and that prepares for the corridor for the future downtown extension and high-speed rail under the blended approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chow. Mr. Castillo, you get the last word this morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. And I guess I'm lucky to be the last one. I just want to, my name is Ignacio Castillo, and I'm the business manager of Labor's Local 389 in San Mateo County, and affiliated with Northern California of Labor's, which we have over 20,000 members that are also tired waiting for this project to start. And at the end, all members, not just the laborers, members of different crafts, will be building this project, which will be a great project. Some of the comments here in the audience, especially on the group of young individuals here that mentioned that this will be a great project. I'm here in support of this new plan, and I urge the board to approve the new plan, and all members are waiting for this job to start and do the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, that closes the public comment period. I want to thank everybody in the public for their comments this morning. I know it was a long morning, but this is an important day, and we appreciate your participation. We'll now move through our agenda.
Mr. Chair, is it possible, I know we have a lot to do in the agenda, could we take a few-minute break just so...
you don't have to explain.
Yes,
like
we can
a
complete attention. Yes, thank you very much.
In fact, I think we'd probably prefer that you not explain. So we'll take a break.
It has to do with age.
Yes, I understand. So what? So you've got what time's your flight? I have to leave at 2. You have to leave at 2. So is the best thing to? I was thinking. Sorry.
fact that we hadn't.
None of the young professionals in the room understand what we're talking about, but they will.
They didn't leave.
Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll move through our agenda items now. The first agenda item is the approval of the minutes from the March meeting. It's been moved by Vice Chair Schenk, seconded by Member Rossi. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Shane?
Yes.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Umberg? Mr. Burns? Mr. Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Balganorth?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. All right, next we have the review and approval of the revised 2012 business plan. And it's my understanding that okay, so do we need to move away? Okay. All right, I'm informed that there is a PowerPoint for staff presentation on this, but some of us metaphorically are in the way, so we'll move our chairs.
For some, you're literally.
Yes, exactly.
Chairman Richard, board members, it's my pleasure to introduce this item, which is the request that you approve the revised 2012 business plan. It's been a lot of work and great progress that we've made since the release of the draft. And I just want to say that we're really pleased with the outcome, and I think you will be too. We've listened to the public, to the elected public officials at the local level, the state legislature, the governor himself. We've made some changes that are significant changes, we believe, and its new plan reflects a faster, better, cheaper program. I also want to just thank the staff and the consultants that have worked on this plan. There's been a significant amount of long hours. I know that I'm in the office every day, and people are staying late and working extremely hard and conscientiously, and I think it's being reflected in this plan. And as you heard many of the comments, there's a lot of people in support of this now. So we have a PowerPoint presentation, and two of our consultants will be presenting that. Jeff Morales is from Parson Brinkerhoff, and Kurt Ramey from KPMG.
Thank you, Tom, and Mr. Chair and Board. We're going to talk about the plan, how we got to where we are today, and what the contents of the plan are. As Tom mentioned, there has been significant input into this plan, and it really needs to be stressed that we received very substantial input from the public, from stakeholders, from elected officials, and that input really has shaped the revised plan. We took input, both critical and supportive, and took it to heart and made changes accordingly. The extensive input fell out into a number of key themes. Very clearly, people were uncomfortable with the cost of the full build system. There was very strong support, and it's been reinforced here today, for the blended approach to implementing high-speed rail in California and the importance of investing in the urban areas and the bookends as near-term early investments. Also very strong view that one of the highest rail priorities in the state, closing the gap in inner-city rail between Bakersfield and Palmdale, should be a high priority for this program. There was much concern raised about the initial proposal about how the investment in the Central Valley would produce enough benefits to warrant that initial investment. As we've heard today, there remains some question about ridership. We have continued to work through that issue. There were some who believed that there needed to be greater reevaluation of the private sector involvement and when and how that might take place, and continuing questions about the reliance on federal funding going forward. In taking these concerns into account, We spent a lot of time with, again, many stakeholders, with the public, with the legislative analysts, with the peer review group, who has provided, and both of them have provided significant input into the plan, and the plan reflects their concerns and their comments. One of the documents that's posted on the website with the plan specifically lays out the issues that were raised by the peer review group and by the legislative analyst's office, and how the plan responds to those. And the significance of that is that each and every major point that they raised is dealt with in the revised plan. It's important to note the ridership and revenue forecasts have been updated based on input and advice from independent experts, the peer review panel, from the peer review group, and from external public comments. And one thing I would note, the forecasts, one of the things that has been done, the inputs have been adjusted to rely on, again, external third-party independent data, one example being fuel prices, where the U.S. Energy Information Administration estimates of the price of gas are taken to produce the low and the high estimate, and that's how the plan is put together. Capital cost, O&M have all been updated, and the financial analysis has been streamlined and updated as well. Again, the significance of all this input and all this comments is that I can tell you that virtually every aspect of the plan was reevaluated, revisited, and strengthened based on the comments that came in. And it has produced a plan that, as many people have noted, is better, faster, and cheaper. And it's very important to note that the most significant changes, the blended in particular, were the direct result of external recommendations to the authority from external stakeholders. One of the most important aspects of the plan is a real effort and an approach of integrating high-speed rail into a statewide approach to developing rail in California. Very strong sense, a renewed sense of collaboration and partnership with the regional and commuter rails. And again, that's been reinforced here today. That achieves several things. Benefits happen earlier and they're more widespread, and it's a much more cost-effective way of delivering benefits to people in California by leveraging existing systems along with new investment. One aspect of the plan is, again, providing benefit in the bookends, in the existing rail systems, by working with the CTC to help get approval of the release of the connectivity funding that was provided in Prop 1A. The investment in bookends is very critical, and we, again, have heard a lot about that here today with the Caltrain investment, which will be facilitated through MOUs which have been negotiated with the Southern California Association of Governments Agencies and with the MTC. There is a third MOU that is being developed with agencies in the Central Valley relating to improved service there. Summary of the key changes. This is a busy slide. I'm not going to talk through it all, but just the benefits of committing to blended. The key things there: reducing the cost of delivering the system, delivering the benefits for less, utilizing infrastructure as it's developed in order to provide benefits sooner and to a broader range of people, making the decision to push beyond the initial construction to go south and build the initial operating segment to connect Merced and the San Fernando Valley, which has the benefit of connecting the fastest growing part of the state, the Central Valley, with the largest part of the state, Los Angeles. And a very strong emphasis developed in cooperation, again, with regional and commuter rails to make sure that the initial investment gets put to use and shows utility in the near term, as well as laying the groundwork for high-speed rail over the long term.
Thanks, Jeff. With the number of changes that were made, there was resultant changes in all of the financial information and the analysis that was performed. There's really kind of two areas of financial information. There's capital costs, which Jeff will speak to in just a moment. And what I'd like to talk about for just a couple minutes is kind of the financial performance, how the project works. Revenues and net cash flow have been reduced from the draft to the revised. approximately 28%, and that's really a function mainly of the reduction from the full build down to the blended structure. There are, as you know, segments of the system. The Beta Basin from the San Fernando Valley to San Jose is the same plan for the most part that we had in the original draft. And the cash flows and revenues and O&M that drive cash flows are only off about 7 to 8%, and that's a function of the revised ridership that Jeff spoke to earlier. By adding some additional range to the high and low, it moved the analysis of ridership and revenues down slightly, but the majority of the impact is based on this change from full phase one to the blended structure. All of that results in a relatively minor reduction to the amount of private capital that's projected to be raised from the bay to basin section. You might recall that the $11 billion that we've spoken of repeatedly is the private capital that we believe can be raised from the combination of the iOS South plus the B2B. Okay, and that fundamental part of the system did not change very much. As a result, the private capital does not change very much. The second important aspect of operating performance is that positive cash flow from operations continues to be illustrated from the very first year. The high, medium, and low and all show positive cash flow, and then there's a break even below that. This is a slide and a picture that's in the business plan that illustrates the break-even point, and it is well below the low estimate. Jeff spoke a minute ago about the revised inputs that went into the ridership, and let me point you to the 274 million number, which is in the far left column with numbers. It's the third one from the top. What that is the projected low revenue number in the very first year of operations. And you can see that the break even, the amount of cash that would be needed for the system to break even at $218 million is lower than that by close to $50 million. Importantly, that low, the projection makeup of that low, the factors that go into that include an average gas price of $2.60. And that is in 2022. So that projection, 2022, $2.60 gas would drive that revenue of $274 million. 218 is where we break even. This thing just looks like it's got some room and operating performance to it. Let me just close on one other comment. Jeff mentioned early in his slides that one of the other things we were asked to do is to go back and sort of reevaluate the timing of private capital. We did that again. We talked to people that we reviewed the responses from the RFEI and then reached out again to them, and it's very clear there are some significant risks until the iOS South is built. The full construction, the actual ridership, the completion risk are such that we unanimously heard that there is great interest in this project, in investing in capital in this project once those risks have been resolved. And so we do believe that it would be premature and quite frankly unwise to count on private sector capital coming in before that point.
Thank you, Kurt. We've had a lot of discussion today. I've heard much in the public comments about the blended approach. I'd like to just talk quickly about that, what the blended system is. One very important point to make is that when the draft plan was released in November, the authority did not have at the time the data that allowed the authority to confirm that a blended approach would in fact deliver the benefits and comply with Prop 1A. In the revised plan, that work has now been done and that data is available. The ridership and revenue figures have been generated. The O&M costs have been developed to determine that, in fact, the blended system can work and do so without a subsidy. The full financials have been developed, and they are presented in the plan, as well as more detailed capital costs. The blended plan is very much consistent with what is referred to earlier as the Simidian-Gordon-Eshoo proposal. And what it involves, just to be clear, is full build-out dedicated high-speed infrastructure between San Jose and Los Angeles, all the way to Union Station. Shared use of an electrified corridor here on the peninsula between San Jose and the Transbay Transit Center, and an upgraded Metrolink corridor connecting Los Angeles to Anaheim. And Mr. Chairman, I believe there may be some further clarification of Anaheim as we go forward. And so with the blended system, you would have a one-seat ride from San Francisco to Los Angeles as required and called for in Prop 1A. Some quick discussion about the number that's been used in the public much about a $30 billion reduction, and just to explain how and what that is. Going from the draft plan, which called for a phase one implementation of $98 billion, the reduction of 30 reflects several key changes. Change in scope, again, adopting the single biggest issue being adopting the blended approach, as well as taking more realistic assessment of the impact of inflation on the program. I want to talk just briefly about, since this is about people, what some of the benefits will be for travelers in the state as the result of just the first phase of construction being the initial operating section between Merced and the San Fernando Valley. And essentially what it will do is cut driving times, the times required to go between key places, in half, roughly. San Fernando to Bakersfield, if you drove it, it would take you just over 2 hours. On the iOS, it would be an hour. And you see the times for the other systems there. So basically a reduction of travel times by about half consistently with the initial operating section. And as we move toward adoption of the full system, and as we look at Los Angeles, San Francisco, which is what Prop 1A really is about, today, if you make the trip between downtown San Francisco and Los Angeles by public transit, it would take you a little over 9 hours. That's with multiple connections, both regional commuter service and Amtrak. If you drive it today, it's over 6 hours. That assumes you hit no traffic anywhere along the way, which is probably about as realistic as $2.60 being the price of gas going forward. At the iOS stage, even though the high-speed infrastructure is only built at that stage down the Central Valley and into the San Fernando Valley, you would still see a reduction of about a third in the San Francisco-Los Angeles trip time. As we get to the next phase with the Beta Basin system, you're down under 4 hours of travel time, and then ultimately with adoption of the full blended system, you're down to the 2 hours and 40 minutes Transbay Transit Center to Los Angeles Union Station. So that's a representation of how the people of California will benefit as this system is developed. And with that, Tom, I'll turn to you.
So, Mr. Chairman and board members, the staff recommendation is to adopt the revised business plan. We do have some minor changes, technical, in an errata sheet that's attached. So we ask that you adopt this 2012 revised business plan subject to the changes in that errata sheet. And we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valenz and Mr. Morales, Mr. Ramey. I thought that was a very important presentation because there's been a lot of commentary about moving away from the Prop 1A requirements, forcing people to transfer, not meeting the time requirements of the statute, and I think what we just saw from the staff presentation was that this business plan leads to the creation of an electrified high-speed rail system that is self-sustaining, that can achieve 220 miles an hour, that can transit from LA Union Station to San Francisco Transbay Transit Center, Transbay Terminal, in 2 hours and 40 minutes. So we are adopting a plan that is consistent with the Prop 1A requirements.
Yes, all that is true.
Okay, thank you. Before I turn to members' questions, I do want to address one issue which it goes beyond the minor errata sheet, and that is the recent discussion that's been in the press regarding the changes in the plan with respect to connection to Anaheim. And as we understand it, in the draft plan that we have before us, members, there is a discussion that the terminus for a one-seat ride would be in Los Angeles Union Station, and that the plan as it is before us in draft would require travelers to make a transfer to Metrolink service to reach Anaheim. Now, Metrolink is a very fine service, and part of what we're doing here is working very closely with Metrolink and the local transit systems in Southern California to work with them to enhance and improve the service. However, in the last several days, as this issue has come to the fore, we have received a number of comments from business and civic leaders in Orange County, including Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez, including State Senator Lou Correa, State Assembly Member Jose Solario, and I'm in receipt of a letter from Ms. Lucy Dunn, who is the Executive Director of the Orange County Business Council. Now, that is a group of businesses in Orange County that includes many household names, like the California Angels Major League Baseball team, the Walt Disney Company, and so forth. And they represent 250,000 employees in the aggregate for the companies there. And they have asked us, the civic and business leaders have asked us to look at a consideration that this business plan would be adopted, not predicated on a transfer from LA Union Station to Anaheim, but to continue to have Anaheim as part of the plan for a one-seat service when we reach the full Phase 1 operations in 2029. It's my understanding, based on staff-to-staff discussions, that there is in fact a way to do this that comports with lower cost and so forth, and that it may behoove us to at least express our policy that we would continue to have Anaheim included in the system as a one-seat ride destination. I don't know if Mr. Felenz, if you or Mr. Morales want to just speak to this briefly.
Yes, as you said, in the revised plan, the build-out of high-speed rail would terminate at Los Angeles Union Station. There is funding in the blended for upgrades to the Metrolink system, but not for electrification. The Metrolink system is not electrified currently, and they don't have plans to do so. And there is roughly $500 million for upgrades to that corridor, which would improve safety and reliability, and some time improvements as well, but again would require a change. I believe what, Mr. Chairman, you're talking about is going back and having a second look at whether there is a lower cost alternative to a full build option that would allow for a one-seat ride into Anaheim. Is that correct?
That's right. So something comparable to what we've done on the peninsula up here, with an electrification and some improvements that would allow for one-seat ride service. And this appears possible to the staff.
Right. There is a group that's been established, the Southern California, I want to make sure I get it right, Passenger Rail Planning Coalition, which is a staff working group of all of the relevant agencies in Southern California, including the private freight operators. And that's another issue to be mindful of here, is that corridor is privately owned. What we would suggest to respond to this is that there be some language included in the plan to restate the authority's support of the goal of a lower cost option to provide a one-seat ride into and out of Anaheim, and that the planning group be tasked with evaluating options for doing that, and if the group can agree upon and the relevant agencies can agree upon an option, that would be then adopted going forward as the program continues.
Do we have language now, or would we just propose inserting that in the relevant page, which I think is 223 or 227?
We have some language which I can either read or give to you to read.
Well, I think if we're going to adopt it, it probably would make sense for you to read it
Sure.
and propose it.
The authority supports the goal of implementing a cost-effective means of providing passengers a one-seat ride to and from San Francisco Transbay Transit Center to Los Angeles and Anaheim. The Southern California Passenger Rail Planning Coalition will develop and consider options for a lower cost and less intrusive connection that would allow a one-seat ride to Anaheim. And subject to the agreement of the parties who will be responsible for implementing such a connection, the authority will work collaboratively with regional and private parties to advance the selected option.
Okay. And council, we can act on that today?
Yes, you can.
Okay. All right. I'd like to turn to our colleagues at this point for any comments or questions that they would have of Mr. Fallenz or the consultants. Vice Chair Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have questions, but I do have a comment that I'd like to impart to the public, not only here, but to the people across the state of California who are paying for this system. It has been mentioned a couple of times, and once today at least, of concern about this board acting on such an important document without having had a lot of time to review it. What I would like to make sure that you all are very aware is that, as you know, we presented to the public on November 1st the draft business plan. Since that date, the members of this board have been very actively involved in not only providing their comments to this plan today, but reviewing it as it has morphed since November 1st. And therefore, just to set your minds at ease, there has been extensive work done by the individual members of this board, because I think that you would find behind the scenes it's an incredibly active board, that you can be comfortable that in fact there has been a tremendous amount of vetting, and we believe, or at least I believe, this is truly the best plan that could be brought forward for approval that really benefits the state of California and its taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Schonbrun. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, no, Mr. Schonbrun, please. I'm sorry, sir. This is a public meeting, and the public comment period is closed. That is not recognized in this forum in that way. Now, Mr. Schonbrun, please. I'm going to ask you to respect the fact that the board sat here for 2 hours and listened attentively to public comment. It's our turn now to deliberate. Please sit down, sir. Take your seat. Thank you very much. Other members of the board?
After that outburst, I'd just like to say how I personally feel about this. I spent a lot of time on high-speed rail, as all the commissioners that are here have. We listened to a lot of public input, and because of that public input, we have a lot better plan than was originally proposed. I'm extremely happy to be part of this process and to be able to vote for something today that's going to put us in adopt a business plan that will move us into the new world. We're 30 years behind the rest of the world. Japan has had this for 30 years. Europe has has had it for a long, long time. Taiwan has it, and other countries are India is even considering doing it. So it's time for us to move ahead in our country. It's time for us to catch up with the rest of the world. We used to be leaders. We used to be the leaders of transportation in California. And somehow we slipped behind. But this is an opportunity for us to move forward, to begin doing something that will not only leave people in the next century to get us off of oil dependency, provide the transportation needs that are critical to us, but it will also put thousands of people to work, which is direly needed in California right now. You've got people who have lost everything they own. And I think we've debated it long enough, and I'm happy to be a part of moving for this.
Thank you, Mr. Baldenorth. Other comments or questions? Vice Chair Schenk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We sit here and we listen to a lot of criticism, slings and arrows. We're called insane by some, and now we're accused by that outburst of violating the law. For those in the audience, let me assure you that every one of us takes our oath of office most seriously. We are guided by extraordinarily competent counsel, both on our staff and the Attorney General's office, and we do everything not even close to the line. It takes an awful lot of effort, an awful lot of work. Besides just sitting here, you see the piles of paper. We all go through every single piece of paper. So to those of you in the public who've had any question about our commitment to this, I want to give you assurance that it is not just sitting here, but that we do the work and we do it within the confines of the law. For those of you who know me, you know I've been doing this for a very long time, since 1981 when I first brought the idea to California and when I was in Congress and wrote the original bill. And I was very, very, very happy to see the young people here today. And as I said to one of them, where have you been? Because this is no longer for those of us sitting up here. This is for them. And they know that, they understand that. They understand that their world is going to be vastly different than those of us who are over a certain age. We inherited wonderful opportunities from our parents and grandparents who invested, knowing that they personally will never be able to utilize what they invested in. And it's our turn to invest for the future, and hopefully some of us will be around to utilize it. Now, I've been on this board for a long time, and I want to really say thank you with great sincerity to Chairman Dan Richard. We have had our ups and downs with high-speed rail, a lot of downs over the years, and through his leadership and that of the staff and the consultants, we're finally getting pointed in the right direction. I wasn't going to say getting on the right track. I know I've used it too many times. And these past few weeks and months, it's been under really tough circumstances, great upheaval in management. We don't have a CEO, we don't have a COO. And the staff, through Dan and Tom Falenz's leadership and Mike Rossi, have rallied and have brought us to this point. Now, I have, since the beginning, thought that this project should start Los Angeles to San Diego. Not just because I'm from that area, but because it is the busiest rail corridor in California and the second busiest in the United States, sometimes the busiest. I have been lukewarm, frankly, on the Los Angeles-Anaheim portion, thinking it was pretty expensive to go a short distance. And, it's cold in the blues, I was opposed to spending high-speed rail money on Caltrain. However, my overriding goal has been to build high-speed rail in California. And so I was, and I continue to be willing to make the compromises in the great tradition of American democracy, the compromises that it will take to build high-speed rail. And therefore, I am supportive of this business plan. It has evolved my own thinking as we have more information and more opportunity to hear from different points of view. I was very pleased to hear about the possible changes in Los Angeles to Anaheim. We've heard nothing but opposition there. And now we hear from the people who create the jobs, the business community. So I'm happy to hear that and that we will consider it. But let me just end by saying that I will remain constantly vigilant to find opportunities for us to accelerate Phase 2, which is now, of course, Sacramento, Merced, and San Diego, Los Angeles, or Los Angeles, San Diego. And for those who will try to really upend this, any certain section of it, and if it's proven they don't want high-speed rail, there are other sections where we can invest that money. So again, thank you, Chairman Richard, for your extraordinary work on this. People will never know the hours, the strain, the personal sacrifice that you have made to bring us to this point.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Mr. Hartnett, did you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to talk a little bit about the context of the decision we're making, and as well as the preparations that brought us here today. A number of us are relatively new members of the board, having been appointed last year, and we've had the advantage of the continuity of service of very important, experienced members. And we have the advantage of the enthusiasm of new members in combination. And I think the board in the state and the legislature, which is an important part of our constituency, has been well served by that combination of experience and new board members with additional enthusiasm. And I think the plan today reflects both that experience and that new enthusiasm in a very synergistic way. We wouldn't be here without the persistence and efforts of the long-serving board members and the people who came before us. And we wouldn't be here today without the new board members as well, who have put a tremendous amount of time and effort into the conceptual ideas on which the details are based. We benefit greatly, obviously, by the support of a very interested, very demanding governor who believes strongly in high-speed rail, but believes in doing it right and being accountable for our decisions. As the November draft was released, there was tremendous work put into that by board members and staff and consultants. And we've all continued to listen and to work since then to see how we could make that November draft, once it became final, an even better plan. And so as we sit here today, this revised plan reflects the collective efforts of people across the state of California, and in the legislature, and in legislative peer review groups, and the staff, and the consultants, and the public who have been so important in making contributions. Both at our board meetings, we regularly have passionate views expressed at our board meetings, at public meetings, at state and Senate and Assembly hearings, and so we've heard about all that anyone could expect to hear on a plan, pro and con, and I'm tremendously appreciative of that. But I think the context also that we make the decision in is one in which, if we were to look out today to our friends and neighbors in the state of New York and say, why don't you all come and visit us now?
that 20 million of you, just come on over and actually, instead of just visiting us, why don't you come and live with us? And so what are we going to do to accommodate those 20 million people, which we know are coming in the next several decades? We know we have to improve our transportation infrastructure in order to serve not just our existing needs, but the new ones. And I think that's what this high-speed rail plan is designed to do in a responsible and solid way. And it's what the young speakers recognize. They've been so important to the discussion, as Vice Chair Schenck has mentioned. I have been so impressed by not just by the teen speakers, but by the early 20 speakers and by the young professional business people who have pleaded with me, get this done. We believe in this. This is for our generation. And it is for my children's generation. This is a tough, long process that we have to go through, but if you don't start, you never get to the end. And I think this plan provides the legislature a sound policy and databases to make its decision. After all, it is the legislature's decision to fund this or not. And I think what we have done in the production of this document and the rigor that has gone into it is to provide the legislature with a path going forward that provides a solid basis for them to make a decision. And obviously I would like them to make a decision that is yes, that let's do it. And whatever their decision will be, I will fully respect it, but I'm very confident that what we are providing to them is a document that they can rely on to make that decision. And that makes me very proud to be able to produce a work product that is good for that purpose. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hartnett. It's normally the chair's prerogative to speak last, but I'm going to exercise a different prerogative because I want to give that honor to Mr. Rossi, who has spent many hours, particularly on the heart of the business plan, which is the question of its economics and ridership and so forth. And I think he has earned that privilege. I would like to just say 2 or 3 quick things at this point. They will be quick because I was going to talk about the impact of the young people who came today. And by the way, I had no idea that they were coming. I'd never met them before, except for Mr. Heller. We didn't organize it, and I think what you're seeing is very promising. If you're worried about California's future, all you got to do is listen to these kids because they're terrific. And let me point out that they were preceded in an earlier generation by a young woman who I believe was only 32 and probably to this day was still the youngest person ever to serve as Cabinet Secretary for Business, Transportation, and Housing, and that's Lynn Schenck. And so if you wonder why it is that back in that time period she had the vision to imagine a high-speed rail connection, all you have to do is telescope that into the voices you heard today, and that's what she brought to government during her time of service and has never wavered from her support for that. I was going to talk about the hard work of my colleagues, but Tom Richards did that. I was going to talk about the importance of public input and how it has really shaped what we've done here, whether it's legislators in the peninsula or legislators in Southern California in the last week, and the business leaders here in San Francisco, Silicon Valley, Anaheim, and Orange County. But in fact, my friend Jim Hartnett did that. I was going to talk about people's impatience and need to get to work, but nobody could say that more forcefully and clearly than Bob Balganorth. So I do want to just say 2 things. First of all, one is a technical matter. This business plan is not the environmental review process document. It's a roadmap for our legislature, but the environmental review, the discussion of how this project would impact communities and individuals is a separate process that is going forward on its own and must be respected both in terms of the federal and state requirements. And I want to say to the citizens who are most concerned today, the good folks that I've met from Kings County, and the very concerned and good people from the peninsula, we know we have a lot of work to do. We believe that this is the right thing to be doing for the state. That doesn't mean that we just do it blithely at your expense. And so there will continue to be hard work in each of these communities to try to find ways to mitigate to the greatest extent possible any impacts that the high-speed rail project would have. Those impacts that can't be mitigated must be compensated fully. And I know that my colleague Tom Richards has been very, very forceful on that point. I want to make one last point before turning to Mr. Rossi, and that is we've been through this before. I've recently started in talks I've given about high-speed rail around the state, talking about BART, an organization I spent 12 years with and was very proud to have worked with, proud to have worked to help build the BART San Francisco Airport station and to rehabilitate the system. Many people came today probably on BART, to the Civic Center BART station. We need to understand that in the 60s, we came within one vote of one supervisor in 3 counties of not having BART. That we almost didn't have it because there was controversy about its costs, controversy about its impacts, controversy about its technical doability, and all of those things were part of the public dialogue. As Governor Brown said in his State of the State, the mayor of Berkeley called BART a billion-dollar boondoggle, a mistake. And yet today, thanks to one vote of one courageous supervisor in Contra Costa County, whose name has been long forgotten by most, Joe Silva, who was the swing vote, we now have a system that couldn't be replaced today for probably $50 billion, that has totally transformed the Bay Area, has made it a more vibrant community, economically stronger, a better place to live and work. So what we're going through with high-speed rail is not new. It attends every single major decision of this kind. And I think that my colleagues and I share the view that this project will have a similar impact, and people will look back, I hope, and say, thank God they did it. Because I would hate to have people look back and say, I wish they had done it. My colleague Mike Rossi is a banker and has spent his whole life in finance. And I can tell you that we would not be sitting at this point today if Mr. Rossi did not believe that the numbers would work in terms of providing value to people of California. So in recognition of the many long hours that he spent, attested to by the phone logs of our staff at 12:30 a.m. When they received calls from him. Thank you guys very much. Mr. Rossi, it's been a great honor to work with you on this, and I want to thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel the same way about having worked with you and everyone on this board. I'm not so sure it's an honor to follow such a loquacious group of people. However, I would like to just make this one observation. California is the most innovative and diverse economy in the world. It is the birthplace of a number of iconic American companies. The Walt Disney Company and Google. The Walt Disney Company being a very long-standing company, global in nature, and Google, a newer company, but also global in nature and representing that innovation that we talk about all the time in Silicon Valley. Both those companies are supportive of high-speed rail, and in my belief, another soon-to-be iconic American organization. So with that, I would like to move that we adopt this business plan, including the amending language on Anaheim. And I'm looking for a second, Mr. Chairman.
We all second.
I would like to suggest that maybe every member of the board second that motion. All right. It's been moved by Mr. Rossi. It's been seconded by all the other members of the board. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Schenck?
Yes.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Balgamore?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. Thank you all very much. the staff. Very quickly, before we take a lunch break, there are two other matters that really are part and parcel of the action we just took on the business plan, and that's the memoranda of understanding with Southern California transit agencies and also with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Mr. Florenz, you're going to present, or, I'm sorry, Mr. Albright's going to present.
Yes, Mr. Albright's here to present that to the board.
Good afternoon.
So, good afternoon. I appreciate and thank Chairman Richard and the board directors. My name is Greg Albright, interim deputy director for planning. And because I'm between lunch and all of you, I'd like to divert your attention, because what we have now is an opportunity to put into implementation what you just approved. A previous governor, I won't name who, once told me, action, action, action. Okay, here's your chance. You're going to have 3 MOUs that are, two MOUs are presented that start to implement the blended system. The first one I'd like you to look at would be item number 3, and that's, we refer to it as a Southern California, and it'll be resolution number 12-10. And essentially, this is a hard developed effort that was an unprecedented level of collaboration in Southern California to put together what it would constitute a blended system in operations and early investments in the bookends that was referenced earlier. If I may, we saw this at the last board meeting when we received this MOU, and now we would like to move forward with its approval. The key components of this early investment is that we are looking at investing the Prop 1A connectivity funds and then pursue billion-dollar investment of Prop 1A and other funds, other sources, for the early investment. These projects are actually under development right now and are scheduled to be delivered and completed by June. So actually the funding of specific projects will come in a different context. But the MOU clearly ratifies our working relationship. So just to keep it short and sweet, the resolution, the recommendation from the staff would be to adopt the proposed resolution approving the Southern California MOU, authorize your chief executive officer or designee to sign the final memo, and direct staff to continue to work with all the relevant agencies in order to implement the agreement in a manner that reflects the timeliness laid out in the now adopted revised 2012 business plan. What I'd like to suggest, if you have any questions on specifics of how this came together, that we have representatives from Southern California here to answer any questions. And with that, I so moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments, though, very quickly? Okay. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Schenk?
Yes.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Balginer?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. And I want to thank Jeff Morales of PB. I want to thank Valerie Martinez and Don Sepulveda, who's here from LA Metro. And I don't know if I'm missing anybody else I should recognize, but there has been a tremendous amount of work on this, and I think it signals a great new partnership. And I want to thank everybody involved, staff and consultants, for making that happen. And thank you, Mr. Albright, for that.
Item number 4. If you would, this we refer to as the MTC memorandum of understanding, and you've heard quite a bit of support for this. This is the specific to the peninsula. Before I forget, there will be a third MOU that Jeff Morales mentioned earlier. That will be the Northern California, which is the blended service for a broader part of Northern California. That'll come very soon. That MOU is presently in a draft form and was not ready for today, but a lot of hard work's going on that too. So very similar effort, an enormous amount of collaboration. The difference between the Southern California MOU and this MTC is that it's very explicit in its actions. It is recommending proposed projects for electrification of the infrastructure and the advanced signal systems, or sometimes called positive chain control. These are very practical and immediate benefit projects that would move us towards a system of blended services. It is also explicit in its proposal to endeavor to fund essentially about half, or the High-Speed Rail Authority to fund essentially about half of that project. So if I may, the Prop 1A connectivity, $106 million, and then out of Prop 1A, the high-speed rail funds, $600 million, for a total of $706 million, essentially about half of it. The rest of that has been put together by a very collaborative effort by the agencies that are signatory to the MOU. Just reading the staff recommendations, since we don't have it on the screen. It's recommended that the board adopt resolution 12-11 in support of the attached memorandum of understanding between the High-Speed Rail Authority and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and the 7 Northern California agencies noted within your board packet. Number 2, the board authorizes the chief executive officer or the designee to continue to work with the San Francisco Bay Area transportation and funding agencies in support of the principles outlined in this MOU. Again, if there are representatives here from the peninsula, I'd be pleased if you have any questions.
All right. Mr. Hartnett, do you have any comment you'd like to make on this, since this is something that you have been associated with?
I do, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to note a few things. First, I want to thank all who have worked so hard on this, both here on the peninsula and in Southern California, in terms of coming together for MOUs that make sense for the regions and for high-speed rail in general. If this MOU is adopted, it is, as the adoption of the business plan, a watershed moment for rail commuters on the peninsula. It is a watershed moment for 2 reasons. One is because I think that high-speed rail is important to the peninsula as it is to the state. As has been mentioned, the San Francisco Bay Area is an important economic engine for our state and for our country. As you have heard in support of the business plan and this MOU, there are major employer associations in San Francisco, San Mateo County, and Santa Clara County that stand right behind this business plan and this MOU, that represent hundreds of thousands of employees and billions and billions and billions of dollars of revenue, who think this is the right thing for our region and who think this is the right thing for our state. And I think so as well. It is a watershed moment for Caltrain as well, for the commuters who live and work on the peninsula and pass through, because without this, there would not be electrification of Caltrain. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Electrification has been a dream. This can bring it to reality. The third point I'd like to make is this. We have received tremendous support for this concept, both from those who have suggested it and those who have evaluated it and thought about it. And I am very gratified with how this fits in with all of high-speed rail, and how the board and the governor and all have really embraced it. It is, I think, is very important for all of high-speed rail and for the peninsula. And the final note would be this. Among those who support it were the city of San Mateo and the mayor, who spoke today about local funds being available for grade separations. And I would like to move the adoption of the resolution in support of the MOU with my personal understanding, in any case, that grade separations and the planning for grade separations is not inconsistent with what we are intending to do as to electrification. on the Caltrain corridor, and that we can look to the future to local funds, both public, which are currently available, and private investment, which also is currently available, to cobble together with other funds to do some grade separations that may complement the electrification and be integral to high-speed rail. And that's my understanding of how the agreement reads. So with that, I would move adoption of the resolution to support the implementation and execution of the MOU.
Second. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hartnett. It's been moved by Board Member Hartnett. It's been seconded by Board Members Balganorth and Rossi. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Vice Chair Schenck?
Yes.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Balganar?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. And I think thanks are in order on this. There's been a tremendous amount of hard work on this, but I want to recognize our friends from Caltrain, Marion Lee, who spoke before, David Miller, their very talented counsel, is here as well. And I don't see him in the room now, but Steve Heminger from MTC played a critical role on this. He was here this morning. I barked at him for changing the carpool fast track rules, so he left. But Randy Rentschler is here from MTC, who also worked with Steve on this, and I think my colleagues would join me in thanking MTC and Steve and Randy for really taking the lead in pulling this together. And this is a terrific example, as was the Southern California MOU, of I think the new partnerships that we're forging here as we're looking at high-speed rail as part of a broader statewide rail system. So thank you, everybody, for that. Thank you, Mr. Hartnett, for those comments. Very quickly, we're going to break here for closed session, but before we do, because we may lose some members, I want to just try to see if we can dispense with two items, which I hate to say this because they are money items, and I don't mean to suggest that we're not taking that seriously, but I think all the board members have reviewed the material on those two items, which are amendments to existing contracts, two of life's necessary evils, lawyers and accountants. And so if we can...
moved on both.
Do a motion.
It's
pretty straight.
Mr. Porvahini is going to come over and make a really brief presentation on the KPMG.
Okay.
Okay. Unless the members have read the materials and consider themselves in a position to take a vote on that, and the motions can be made.
Members, let me just ask if members feel that they need any elucidation on the materials that were before them in the book, and I'm assuming that all have read it.
We've read it, understand it, it's straightforward.
I hope you won't take any offense, sir. Lunch is waiting. All right, may I have a motion on
both?
Second.
Okay, both items.
Why don't you do them one at a time?
All right. Okay, so item number 5, which is the approval of the amendment to the KPMG contract, moved by Mr. Rossi, seconded by Vice Chair Schenck. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Schenck?
Yes.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Balganar?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. Item 6, the amendment to the Nossman contract, moved by Vice Chair Schenck,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Rossi. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Schenck?
Yes.
Vice Chair Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Balganar?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Chairman Richard?
Yes. Okay, the board is now going to enter into closed session to discuss a variety of items that are listed in the agenda, and we will reconvene when we're done. Yeah, we should do a separate thing. Yeah. to report from the closed session at this time. We'll now take up item 7 on the agenda. Mr. Flens.
Yes. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this item is consideration of a resolution to rescind a resolution which certified the 2010 Bay Area to Central Valley Revised Final Program EIR, selecting Pacheco Pass Network and making related decisions. At that time, agenda item 9, which is in 2010, considered a resolution that would rescind, this item right here is to consider a resolution that will rescind the prior 2010 agenda item, which was Resolution 1111. As you're already aware, there were 2 CEQA challenges to this revised environmental document. Both found some aspects of that document failed to comply with CEQA, so we took action to make those adjustments to those documents. Following the court's issuance of rulings, some procedural steps took place, and the court did not sign the final papers until February 2012. And then it wasn't until the 13th of February of this year that the authority was served with the final papers. So the item before you is for consideration of one of 2 steps that's necessary to comply with the court's final orders in this CEQA litigation. The resolution before you is for you to rescind or undo the prior environmental certification and the approval of the Pacheco Pass Network Alternative serving San Francisco via San Jose and related actions under CEQA. The timing of this is somewhat complex, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Members?
Yeah, I've got a question. I read in the paper that Menlo Park might appeal. Do we have to act on this thing today, or can we delay it?
No, you don't have to act right away. If there were an appeal, it would stay the trial court's decision, and it would leave the authority with a quasi-legislative decision intact during the pendency of that appeal. And so the authority would have to rescind the resolution that you have before you today to fully comply with the final judgment that we have before us. And if it does so, it would have to adopt a new decision for that Bay Area to Central Valley EIR document. So if the other side appeals, we would still have discretion to move ahead with this environmental document.
Is there any reason we couldn't do it at our next meeting?
No, that wouldn't be a problem. In fact, we have that on the agenda, and it's been done by other public entities in the past, like the Air Resources Board. So we can wait till next week.
I would feel more comfortable waiting so I can study the issue a little more.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Other questions?
I would agree with Bob.
I want to make sure the reporter heard what you just said.
I said I would agree with my other commissioner. I'd like to have some more time to take a look at it as well.
Director Hart?
Yeah, I agree as well. I'm really not totally clear on the implications of if there's a notice of appeal filed. And so in terms of what that does to the action that we would otherwise have been asked to take today. So I'd like to, since that's new news, I'd like to see if we can get some advice on that between now and the next meeting. Or
sure.
I don't know if we have a closed session scheduled, or it could be scheduled for the next meeting to discuss litigation.
Sure.
Or not.
Yes, actually, there is, on the next meeting, we do have a closed session for litigation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if I understand what my colleagues are saying, it's we had this on the agenda today in compliance with the judge's ruling that became effective or available to us on February 13th. But rather than proceed to discuss it today, because we've got some new information, and as Mr. Balganorth and others have said, that merits time to look at this issue, we'll move this over. No action today. We'll move it over to the 19th for any
Okay.
deliberation and action.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Okay, we'll do that. Item number, I guess item 8 would come after item 7. So that would be members' reports. Board members, anybody have anything to report? Nothing's been going on with high-speed rail in the last month? Okay. And then the CEO's report, Mr. Falens?
Yes. A number of things have happened since we met on March 1st. As I mentioned at that meeting, we were going to go in front of the Public Works Board to ask for approval of our first construction package, design, build, procurement. And I'm happy to report that we presented that to the Public Works Board on March 9th, and they approved it. So shortly thereafter, I believe it was on the 21st of March, we submitted the design, build, procurement packages, the RFP itself, to the 5 design build firms for their consideration and for them to put together their proposals for the first construction package, which is just north of Fresno, through the city of Fresno, estimated to be about $1.5 to $2 billion. Also happy to report that we received what's called Checkpoint C approval from our federal partners, both the Federal Corps of Engineers and the U.S. EPA. And the Checkpoint C is an evaluation of the alternatives that we have selected for the Merced to Fresno environmental document. And they looked at this alternative, and they've come to a conclusion and represented in a letter to us that they believe it is the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative at this stage. They still would make that decision officially in their ROD process, but it's very positive that at this point they have given an indication that they believe it meets this LEDPA criteria. I also wanted to let you know that I received a Fresno Works Consortium Targeted Unemployed Workers and First Source Transparency update proposal, and I'm taking a look at that. If you remember last time that proposal had come before us, I had to reach out to federal FRA, and I'm doing that at this time, so that's something I'll put on a future agenda to address. We're making great progress on our Merced to Fresno environmental documents, and March 2nd and 3rd we'll be presenting those to you. Next meeting on the 19th, there's going to be a special board meeting, April 19th, to present the partially revised draft San Francisco, San Jose, or Bay Area to Central Valley programmatic EIR for your consideration. And since you moved the decertification item, that will be heard, as well as the consideration for certification of the revised one. Caltrans has been talking to us about the relocation of Highway 99, which is part of the first construction package. We've urged that the better solution to having that relocation of that highway would be to have Caltrans do that work rather than put it in a design-build contract. Caltrans is the expert in road building. It is their facility, and they've agreed to take on that work. So they will be relocating Highway 99 on our behalf, and we'll pay them for that work. And that would be for right-of-way acquisition, design, and construction. And they will manage the whole thing as a turnkey project. And finally, I have 2 legislative hearings that are coming up that I wanted to call your attention to. First is on April 17th, Tuesday. There's a Senate Transportation Committee hearing that considers Senator LaMarfa's SB 895 to seize all Prop 1A appropriation. and the administration's authorized an official oppose from high-speed rail. On the 18th, there's a Senate and Assembly's Budget Subcommittee hearing on high-speed rail, the 2012 budget appropriation request. And that concludes my report.
Okay. I want to thank you for doing double duty, not just with your general counsel chores, but also keeping the ship running while we're in this process. So
you're welcome.
Thank you for that.
No pleasure.
Okay. So the next two items, 10 and 11, we were able to avail ourselves of the lunch hour to handle our closed session. So with that, if there's any other business before the High-Speed Rail Authority today? Members, thank you all very much for your hard work, and we're adjourned. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Bob. Stuff in. I got a couple of your pieces of correspondence. A couple of my pieces of correspondence? Yeah. Are those the ones that have the nasty words? I didn't notice something. Yeah, I think they probably mixed across the pictures. Do I have yours? I didn't even look at that stuff. Man. They just may have put the wrong. I don't have any correspondence. The stuff I read was all. All right. Well, here, there's a couple things in the back that belong here. Well, actually, it's very much. I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk about it. I'm sorry.